fan loyalty to those people. You potentially bring them into sports, which we appreciate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll tell you what, anytime you got one of them on, you know it's about to
With a board behind you.
big board. Yeah. What'd you do with your legs? Did you go cross legs? I never know what to do in those.
Yeah, you kind of just mix it up as you go. Yeah. Cross the leg. You look over and that guy's crossing his legs. I can't look like him.
Yeah, I can't.
Lean on shoulder, on the arm.
We do that work.
I don't know if lean on arm is the best choice.
Well, it depends where you're at. If you're at the very end, you got to at least act like you're engaged.
I was
What kind of chair it is?
I was third.
So you can go arms crossed, like hands
folded. Arms crossed is what I wear with for the most part.
How game day? They got my ass right in the middle of that thing. Fascinating. How that one does.
Well, it's nice you got the table right there, so you could
hide a little bit.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, but then whenever this is A and then, we got to go over here.
Turn your back.
And I never know. And then sometimes the lower body's going one way and the chair goes another. I look like a fat ass up there a lot of times. It's a tough spot. I assume you handled it well for the sports. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, Tyrese. You think you would have scored 50 in that game 7 and we would have won the title? I think so. We would have had a parade. We'd have been so cool. We'll do it again someday. Speaking of parades, a man who brought Lord Stanley Cup down to South Florida multiple times and also helped bring a gold medal to the United States men's hockey and is about to win another world championship here in about 8 days. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Kachuk.
Yay!
How you doing, pal?
What's up, boys? How are you guys?
Good. You look fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Good jawline right
Great.
now.
So, wow.
Hey, you look like you're in great shape right now. How's the body? How's it? How is everything in Kachuk's world right now?
It's body's good. I mean, obviously, Pat, we've talked a bunch last year. Crazy surgery at the end of the year and didn't feel anywhere close to myself until probably right before the Olympics. Best thing that happened to me was going over there, playing every other day, skating every other day, kind of keeping like my rhythm going, getting back in like that game shape, getting back in like the rhythm of getting hit and hitting people and being in competitive games. And those games over there were so nuts, so competitive that when I came back after the Olympics, just kind of gained all my confidence back.
Okay, I love that. We're about to go play again. I just learned. I don't know how public everything is, if you've made an announcement or if you're supposed to make an announcement. If the Florida Panthers know this, I have no idea what is known by anybody. But the International Ice Hockey Federation has a world championship happening next weekend in Zurich, which is in what country? Switzerland, Tyrese. That is 100% right. This is a world championship that happens every single year. Obviously, the Canadians have won a lot of these. Gumpy, how many of these types of world championships has Canada won?
Around 88 or so.
Who won last year's IIHF World Championship?
I don't think we did, unfortunately.
Oh, the United States of America did.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, so tell me a little bit about this World Championship. And this is obviously an every year event. You playing in this feels big to me. I know Sydney has played in this, Crosby has played in this in the past for Team Canada. How can you kind of quantify what's about to happen next week? And what are our chances? Are we winning this thing?
Well, I sure as hell hope so. Not going over there for a vacation. Better give ourselves a chance to win. But yeah, I think the best way to describe it is it's an every year thing. This is actually my first time going. Because it's in mid to late May. The last few years I've been in playoffs. A couple years before that I was up for contracts and didn't go. So there's always like a couple of reasons why guys are banged up after their NHL seasons, so might not go because of that. Guys having kids. I mean, there's so many reasons why, but I think it's just such an honor to wear USA jersey and kind of like playing for the Olympics and then going here like a few months later. Like I still have that feeling that I had representing back in February in Milan. It's like, how could I not want to be a part of that again? So I'm really excited to go. I'm going a couple days into the tournament. I'm going to try to bring another championship back to the United States. We won for the first time last year. I wasn't on the team, but USA won. I think it was for like the first time in 100 years. So we're hoping to do it again this year.
First time in 100 years.
Serious? So we haven't
I could be very much over exaggerating
We've been
that,
sending
but I
our
think it
high
was a long time.
schoolers up there.
Yeah, we haven't lost a tournament in a long time, feels like.
Yeah, it feels like it's just kind of hockey is ours.
Yeah.
The only thing we've really lost, I guess,
World
is
Championship.
draft lottery. Toronto got
Yeah,
that.
Juniors.
No.
Junior, nobody paid.
No, junior, junior.
Which junior though? Which junior? Oh yeah, you got. You guys won the WHL championship.
The
too up there?
Ratchets,
Yeah. Okay.
Boys, we won the big one. We won the big one in February. That's all that matters.
Both
We won
of
the
them.
big one.
Bingo.
Yeah. That's a really good one. Hey, God bless America. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Hey, Tyrese. Thank you too.
You want gold medal?
Thank you, Tyrese.
Gold medalist.
Couple American sports heroes around here. Okay, obviously the IIHF World Championship happening next weekend will be good for hockey. Hockey right now seeing massive boost. We had Gary Bettman on yesterday to talk about, this is the most viewed playoffs in 9 years or new, right? Whatever it is. Everybody's watching hockey right now. I think the U.S. Olympic team has a huge piece of that, both the men and the women, for everybody falling in love with the sport, being reminded why the sport is so spectacular. You obviously have been in the Stanley Cup the last 3 years, winning the last two. Now you're kind of watching from a different perspective. How have you found yourself watching these games? Are you find yourself rooting for the East? Are you rooting against people? How do you kind of view what's happening right now with these playoffs? Who the world is tuning into?
It's weird. Obviously, you want to be playing. I think you just catch yourself rooting against a few teams that you just don't like. I'm not going to say that on here, but I'm just happy a couple of them aren't still playing, so that's nice. But I don't know. It's a weird feeling. It's great to see that hockey. I mean, I saw those numbers the same time you guys saw those the other day. Like the numbers are through the roof right now. So it's so cool that hockey's such a big thing right now in the United States. Going back to the Olympics, our team and the women's team winning. It seemed like coming back from Milan. Like hockey was the cool thing here in the United States. So I'm happy to see that it's still trending in the right direction. Playoffs have been unreal so far. They've been crazy games, a lot of overtimes. Uh, I just think I know Matt doesn't want to pick anything, but I would say that the winner of Colorado and Maine has got a very good chance of winning it all. Like that's a big boy battle with those two teams, and Colorado's playing as good as anybody right now.
Yeah, I love you saying. I know I'm not allowed to pick anything, but I just want to let you know where I'm sitting over there in Colorado, Minnesota. I mean, at the end of that, what was 5-2? End of that. I mean, we're talking about they're laying bodies. It reminded me of your guys' coach whenever there was a Mike Ups release that it was like, hey, this is a 7-game series. Bodies on bodies here down there. Like that was actual plan. I mean, absolute McKinnon, two of them late. That was 5-2. That was after Quinn lost an edge, I believe, and then got buried in the ice as well. It's like very physical brand of hockey. A lot of big dogs playing against each other. It has been spectacular, but the Avalanche have obviously just looked outrageous. They're not the only ones, though, across the entire NHL. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, Chucky, the other one on the other side would be Carolina. Both those teams being 6-0. Carolina's never, they don't have the experience, rather, that Colorado has with Stanley Cup final and the win that Colorado has. But what have you seen from Carolina? Because it feels like this might be the year they get over the hump with Florida. Your team being out, that was the one team basically they run into and just get absolutely washed. But what do you think about the nail guns over there for Carolina Hurricanes?
I was actually at one of the games in Carolina because I went and saw my brother play. It was game two. Of course, the one I go to goes into like at the end of the W every time, so that was great. But I think they're a really good team. They're always in this position every year, so they're doing something right. They're really fast. At home, I noticed like they're a team when you go on the road, like that first 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, they are all over you, and they have continued that, and that's kind of been their bread and butter for years. So home ice has been a big advantage for them. They're playing great. The only thing that you obviously don't want to lose ever. You don't want to lose a game ever, but you almost wonder like some of these teams that have just kind of coasted through the first round and starting to go through the second round, like you almost need to hit a little adversity to win it all. There's no team that's ever gone 16-0, I don't think. I guess one of these two could this year, but it's at one point they're going to hit adversity. Colorado might hit a little adversity at some point, but ultimately you're better from that. I just think they haven't hit it yet, so it's hard to say which one of those teams might be a favorite right now. It's really tough.
Certainly a gift to get more days off. Obviously, if you sweep, you don't have to play as many games. Your legs might be fresher. You might have a team. But the curse there is you don't have the moment of everybody having to fix the shit that's wrong. Because, whenever you're winning, it's kind of a Band-Aid to cover everything up. And then once you lose, it's like, wait, we got to fix some shit here. And you can also bring the lads together, which I think you're a big part of, Chucky. I think you and your brother proved you're big lads guys. Mm-hmm. Big lads guys. Can you tell by watching these teams who's tighter or who's not?
You men are not gonna like me for saying this, but you know what? I don't care. America, I think it's time we form a state where only women can live. No men allowed. Just an estrogen-filled utopia where we can all finally live in peace.
Wow, look at you making a video saying, I think we should do this instead of actually doing this. It's very easy to take your phone out, the phone that's made by men, record yourself making videos saying what we should do. It's very easy to talk, but when it comes to actually putting your thoughts into action, that's where the issue comes. And a lot of you do a lot of talking and saying you're going to do certain things, and you don't do anything about it. You want other people to do it for you while you make stupid videos lying you're kind of as if you look like some sort of intellectual when you're not.
13% of the population is black in the United States, but we make up 40% of abortions. Is there something wrong with that?
Yes, our education system.
Our education system in the poverty level? What?
Displacement of wealth.
So because people are broke, they should just abort their babies then? I think it's a convenience issue. Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, said, my number one job is to exterminate the Negro population because they are a less than race. It's okay for the founder of that organization to have said that thing.
I don't know that. I haven't done any research on anything that you're talking about.
Once again, another case of these people not caring, but then they'll say they care. They care about black people, they care about women, but the only black people and the only women they care about is the women and black people that fall under the category of the things that they believe in. They're literally brainwashed sheep that come out protesting, and when you go against their agenda, when you throw them off your script, they don't know how to think. They really can't think without the script. They can't think without social media telling them what to say. They are programmed robots, and the more people see that, the more you'll begin to understand how stupid a lot of people really are.
The people united will never be defeated.
No Trump, no KKK, no racist USA.
No Trump, no KKK, no racist USA. Up, we're liberation.
Yes, grown progressives doing what they do best, which is just shouting and chanting like a bunch of kids. Good job.
A woman should not be rejected because of her weight. You say that. Why is that? Help me
Can't
out.
just reject a woman because of the face or the weight.
So let me just remind you a few of your positions. You don't want to date Chinese men. You don't want to date men with small penises. You will only date men. In fact, it's not just that. You think men who are below 5'11", 180 centimeters are not real men. And men can't control their height. Women can't control their weight. So if you can reject a guy because of his height, why can't a man reject a woman because of her weight?
I think it's different.
Why is it different? I would argue that it's more unjust or unfair to reject a guy because of his height, because he can't control it at all, than it would be to reject a woman because of her weight, which is something that she has control over.
No, I think if a man judge woman like from the weight, it's just disrespectful.
Don't you think it's disrespectful to judge a man based on his
No, I don't think so.
size
I
or
need to
height?
judge a man
Women
because
need to
I'm
judge
choosing
men.
the man.
You're choosing the men.
Yeah, so I need to judge him.
Men are also choosing you.
I don't care.
So it's only bad if men do it? So men can't judge women, but women can definitely judge men.
Yeah.
I don't know how people come out with a straight face saying that you shouldn't be able to reject the opposite sex based on characteristics and traits that they can change. And the traits that they can change shows that they're actually a consistent person and they're actually good traits to have. They're saying you shouldn't be able to reject someone because of the fact that they are unhealthy. But they will be able to reject you based on the fact that you're not 6'17" and you're not a giant. But if you reject them based on their body weight, you're an evil person.
Why do liberals always act like this?
Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Now let's get back into the craziness.
Hey, Mr. Beast, when you finish with this, can you do 100 women versus accountability? So I set up the obstacle course here for you with varying levels of difficulty. And on the first 10, they're going to have to admit how actually they were the narcissist and not their ex-boyfriend. On the second 10, they're going to have to admit how their poor selection of single, miserable feminist friends keep them single and miserable and hating men as well. Finally, on the last 10, if there's any left at this point, they just have to call their dad and apologize.
Even people who called me by the right pronouns really consistently, there was this gap in this jump in their thinking where they would automatically then call me mom. I was like, wow, does it it not occur to you that mom is a gendered word? But it really just didn't. It was like pronouns are in their own little bucket, and then other gendered words were somewhere else. And then another version of that is I certainly have friends who are transmasculine, who are non-binary, who went through pregnancy, and because of the way sexism and sizeism work, folks at work were just like, oh, he just let himself go, he just got a pot belly, and never once questioned why was this person growing a belly only directly in front of them, and then went on leave for 3 months and came back without the belly, and everyone was like, okay, well, and at no point questioned whether this was a pregnant person, right? Because they happened to be stealth at their job.
You really can't please people because they will come and they to your faces hard. You want to find out something, and I've mentioned this before, and you want to be a victim. Even if you were to say the correct pronouns according to these people's stupid ideology, he still wants to be offended by something. They want to be victims of something, and that's why they should compete in the Victim Olympics.
What I'm saying is, by entirely focusing on the opposite party, you're taking any responsibility away from yours.
In the past year, that the right has carried out an act of violence against the left. One time in the past year, name one.
Probably can't.
Okay, I can name a dozen examples. Savannah Craven violently attacked in the streets of New York City. She's a reporter. Savannah Hernandez attacked 2 weeks ago in Minneapolis for being right-wing, being labeled a fascist. She's a reporter. Nick Schroeder was attacked 3 times in the span of an hour in Minneapolis for being a reporter. The President of the United States was shot at 2 nights ago. Charlie Kirk was murdered behind a table just like this one 6 months ago. I can name you infinite examples of left-wing violence against conservatives. You can't name one in the past year.
I seem to see a lot of this. They make claims, you ask them for the evidence, and they have no evidence for the claims that they make. I don't know how you can live such a life where you say certain things are happening, but you can't cite to where these certain things are happening. But you believe they're happening, though, but you don't know where. You can't tell us where, but they're definitely happening.
As we are here at the Pink Ladies protest, only for me to arrive and to realise that there's a counter-protest. Can you believe that there are people out here countering an anti-protest? Today I'm actually committed to getting an answer. Hopefully they don't kick me out this time. And let's go. Sorry, do you have anything to say? But they're there. But they're there. Do you have anything to say? I think it's wrong. They're there. Do you have anything to say? What have you said about why they've been killed by migrants? I'm talking about women today. Do you have anything to say? I'm asking you what you have to say. I want to know over here. No, I'm asking you a question. What do you have to say about these people? Why are you focusing against them? Why are you focusing against them? These children are dead. No witch. No witch. What do you have to say about these women? Sorry, what do you have to say? Hi, sorry, do you have anything to say about these women that are dead? Women's rights, but you don't care that they're dead. Women's rights, but she walks away and she goes, yeah, of a woman being dead, but yeah, she's here preaching about women's rights.
There's really no surprise here. They don't really care about women. They claim they care about women, but the only women they care about are the women who suit their agenda, the women who believe in what they believe in. You literally waved in front of them pictures of women who are abused, and they looked at you as if they were irrelevant. As long as it suits their agenda, they don't really care, and they never will care, and it's really sad.
What's hateful?
Saying that people are illegal aliens.
Okay, so let's define our terms here. What is an illegal alien?
An alien, I guess. But
okay, so someone from somewhere else that we don't know who they are. They did not come here the right way, right? Illegal, we don't know who they are. That's alien.
Yeah.
The illegal alien.
Very good.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
You guys are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Both of you.
That's a clip.
You guys are fucking cucks. Wow. Why? If we're stupid, love you, brother.
We're hateful. That was hateful. I didn't say anything disrespectful towards him at all.
Do you think that guy was more hateful than these signs? I'm curious.
You're just putting all that shit out.
Do you think he was more hateful though? Because he just told us to go F ourselves and that we're effing stupid.
Telling immigrants to go F themselves.
None of our signs say immigrants go immigrants
F themselves.
You're just confused. So why are we talking about all that?
Talking about all what? Problems in our country?
You guys come out here and like,
It's free speech. Do you know what a college campus is? It's funded by my taxpayer dollars here at Phoenix College because I'm a resident of Phoenix, Arizona. I pay taxes. My taxes go to this college right here and to your university. I don't know if you're on scholarship, on grant, like do you have a scholarship or do you pay out of pocket? Like
y'all just
Do you have a scholarship? Do you have a scholarship?
Yes, saying the truth to these people is hateful. If you are to just say a statement of fact, you're hateful for saying that. Whether it's true or not, you're hateful because it goes against what we believe in. Yeah, these are college students, the apparent future of the world.
And yes, I would rather a woman gives 46 abortions than have one kid that has a shitty life.
Ah, yes, because you can predict the future, and really what you just advocate for is eugenics. We should be able to kill our offspring because I believe that if we have to birth them, they're going to suffer more than us killing them all. So basically, if you're poor, you should be able to kill your children because I say so. Yeah, and this person can vote.
I just have a question because I'm not entirely sure this is legal to be teaching. Because according to our president, there's only two genders, and he said that he would be freezing agencies' funding programs that promote gender ideology. Your gender is not illegal. According to President Trump's executive order, if you want me to read the paragraph in the order itself. If you are uncomfortable in yourself, yes. And if you look in evidence, you need to talk to the department. Well, I've already been in contact with the president of A&M, and I actually have a meeting with him in person to show all of my documentation tomorrow. But yes. I'm not convinced that we're proposing effective in stopping things like that. Things like child legal and ethical. Okay. Yeah, no, I am.
Okay, happening today, the final day on the job for Texas A&M's president.
Yeah, Mark Welsh is stepping down suddenly after a viral lecture sparked outrage online.
Natalie Haddad live this morning. She's at the School of Law in Fort Worth. And Natalie, this controversy really began with a whistleblower, we understand.
Yeah, that's according to a North Texas lawmaker. And while no specific reason has been given for the firing at Texas A&M University, that video seems to be the reason why. Here is that clip. It was posted by North Texas Representative Brian Harrison out of Midlothian. It shows a student challenging a professor over class material on gender identity. The student cites a Trump-era executive order defining only two genders in the United States and questions whether the lessons are legal. Now, neither person is super visible in the video, which Harrison says came from a whistleblower. It's also unclear when specifically this video was recorded. Now, the clip quickly sparked backlash against Texas A&M President Mark Welsh last week. Welsh ended up firing the professor at the center of this video and demoted two other university officials. But then on Thursday, just yesterday, the university's chancellor announced Welsh would be leaving his position as president. Chancellor Glenn Hagar wrote in part, President Welsh is a man of honor who has led Texas A&M with selfless dedication. He goes on to say, we are grateful for his service and contributions. At the same time, we agree that now is the right moment to make a change and to position Texas A&M for continued excellence in the years ahead. So the only real vague reason given is that it was time for change. The university's board of regents now begins a national search to replace its president. I'll send it back to you, Kara.
Absolutely despicable behavior. I'm tired of all these teachers and their brainwashing as if their opinion is the truth. They literally go against the truth, say the complete opposite, and when you call them out on their behavior, they say that you're the evil one and you should leave. You're supposed to be teaching children what is true. You're supposed to be teaching them things like math, English, history, geography, but for some reason all of these idiots want to keep pushing their agendas in the classroom. People are getting tired of it and you're getting called out on your behavior, and I don't even understand how he stepped down. You should just be fired.
Can you elaborate on like your point that like women may not be as good at certain things? Like what specifically are you thinking of?
Like working on an oil rig. I don't think a woman would be as good at working on an oil rig as a man, and I don't think that a man would be as good as a social worker as a woman.
And why do you think specifically women wouldn't be like able to work on an oil rig as well?
Because it's very demanding and it's very dangerous, and a woman wouldn't want to do that, right? You look at a country like Scandinavian countries, which they have put gender equality basically at the forefront of what they are trying to do. And yet, you still have in Scandinavian countries women choosing 20-1 nursing over men, and men choosing 20-1 engineering over women. Do you think that the fact that like 90%
of people who work on an oil rig are men. Do you think that's because men have kept women out of it, or because women choose not to do that?
I'm actually not sure. I would have to research on exactly the
Just
reasons why, so I couldn't
thinking,
tell you.
like common sense. Like, what do you think?
I mean, again, like I'm very like I do my research, and that's how I come up with my opinion. So I don't want to say common sense, make a guess, because I could be wrong, and I don't want to like just put that out there.
Or do you want to work in an oil rig?
I mean, personally, I don't, but maybe someone likes the idea of like every day going out and being like, I don't know, I don't read people's minds.
You go find me 10 women on this campus who are going to work on an oil rig,
Okay.
and I will believe you. But of
Well,
course, that's
do
not
any men want to work on an oil rig?
much more than women. Yeah, it could be a good job for them. They could find out new skills. You know, men have different things. Men are
Well,
more
maybe
aggressive.
women want
more-
to find those new skills as well.
Well, then I don't know why we don't have 50-50 of men and women working on oil rigs.
I mean, I don't know either.
There must be some conspiracy of men keeping women away from oil rigs.
If she's confused on this topic, I don't know how in the blue hell she managed to get into college. You can't even understand this basic fact that you want to somehow solve all of life's problems. You can't understand the biological differences between men and women, and she seems so confused on this, as if it's groundbreaking news what he was telling her.
I don't understand why you feel the need to dictate the whole population.
No, so you've the whole. Okay, so would you feel the need to dictate the right of slave owners back 200 years ago when white Christian men like William Wilberforce stood up against the evil of slavery? Would you say, hey, no plantation, no prerogative? You're 100% right. This is far worse. This kills more. So do you know how many babies we've killed in the last 60 years worldwide? Like 1.6 billion. 1.6 billion. So you're right. This is worse than slavery.
Soon enough, more and more people will begin to open their eyes to the nonsense of these people and their slogans. It's just true that there are a lot of aspects in our lives that are controlled. We understand that, they understand that, but for some reason they want to throw around these slogans of, you want to control people's bodies? You're being controlled 24/7. For instance, if you were to murder someone, you're going to get thrown in jail. If you are to run a red light, you're going to get fined. There's always some sort of control in our lives, and for some reason these people think they're saying something groundbreaking and something intelligent when you say, you want to control our bodies? We just want to stop you from murdering your own offspring, that's all.
Leave men out. My nail tech is a woman. My doctor is a woman. My OB is a woman. My barista is a woman. The girl that tints my cars is a woman. The person I buy my cars from is a woman. You get the point. I do business with women. And if there is a man, I ask for a woman. Leave them out of the conversation. Leave them out of the business deal. Boycott men. Because if it isn't clear, the reason America looks like what America looks like right now is because of men. We have a male problem. Be mean, be rude, carry pepper spray, a taser if you can, a bang if you can. Carry all of it because they don't understand the word no.
For starters, this is an extremely toxic mindset, and it's not good for the country at all. Men and women should be working together, and idiots like this would just work to divide us. But I do find it interesting that she talked about things that it's convenient to have a woman. But she didn't say anything like, well, if my house is on fire and the fire department showed up, I would say, hey guys, don't put out the fire unless you're women. She didn't say, hey, if someone was breaking into my house and I was scared and the police showed up and it was all men, I would tell them, hey, don't help me. Don't do anything with this intruder unless you're a woman. If you're not a woman, I don't want your help. I'd rather let this person rob me, kill me, do whatever, than have a man help protect me. She didn't say that. Notice how she didn't say, well, if my electric goes out and there's an electrician that shows up, I will not do business with a man. Notice how she didn't ask, hey, when I order something from Amazon, I make sure it was delivered by a woman. Notice how she didn't say, you know, when I put gas in my car, I make sure that that was pumped and refined by a woman or a company created by a woman. She didn't say that. Notice how she didn't say, you know, if our country was being invaded, I would make sure that only women were able to defend us. I wouldn't want to be defended by men. She didn't say that either. A bunch of these feminists are idiots who have hate in their heart. And being honest, it's a good thing men did not have that mentality as a whole, because if they did, she would not be out here talking like she is. She wouldn't have that freedom. Men would have made sure she never got that freedom. A bunch of idiots like this love to get on the internet and just hate on men. But they don't want to accept the reality that men play a vital role in the reproduction of the human species, but along with us having a stable society. Like I said, firefighters, policemen, military, electricians, plumbers. Like I said, if her toilet went out, she didn't say, I'm going to make sure it's a woman that fixes my toilet. These feminists are pathetic. As I said before, men and women should be working together, and idiots like this only work to divide men and women, and that's not good for the country.
No one's life is going to be better if men and women are at each other's throats. Let's keep it real. What's crazy is her video had hundreds of thousands of likes. Stupidity, idiocy, lunacy.
Yeah, he made some very good points because she didn't actually talk about the things when it comes to needing help. She didn't mention that she would call women regarding these things. I'm sure it's the case that if you were to bring this up to her, she would say that, yeah, she'd prefer women anyway because these people do not think logically. But based on the beliefs of these people, it would really be easy to circumvent going around the stupidity of her belief system by just saying you identify as a woman, and all of a sudden you are able to be the people and the person she would want you to be, because I'm sure she's one of the people who would agree with the ABCD community. So all you have to do is basically just say that you're a woman and you're good to go. Tips with Yinka 101.
What if I told you all the quotes I just read are from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden themselves? She said that Iran is one of the greatest threats to U.S. national security, and she will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend American forces and interests from Iran.
I would have said that was properly written and executed.
By who?
Obviously, Kamala Harris.
Yeah, she said that.
Okay. Well, great. I'm happy Kamala Harris said that.
But you didn't like it when I told you it was Donald Trump.
No, I said Donald Trump didn't understand what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
There's a difference.
And then you said Kamala Harris probably would not threaten Iran, but she definitely did.
Did she?
Yeah.
Did she act on it?
She never became the president.
Oh, well, we should have found that out. I would have liked to have known.
Oh, that was said in 2020.
Okay.
And 2024.
Yeah, and it's 2026 now.
Mm-hmm. So you would have definitely known before you cast your vote for her.
What?
You would have definitely known she said that before you cast your vote for her.
Actually, I already told you I did not know she said that.
What do you think, knowing that actually wasn't Donald Trump? It was Kamala Harris.
It doesn't change anything. Kamala Harris did not act on it. Donald Trump went and dropped bombs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But you said Kamala Harris wouldn't have done anything like Donald Trump, but here she is saying she would.
Well, I said, A, she didn't do anything. B, Donald Trump did do something. And the whole time I said that Donald Trump did not understand what he was saying.
Okay. What do you think? Do you think Kamala Harris understood what she was saying?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Was she fully in her right mind threatened Iran?
Well, we wouldn't know because Kamala Harris is not president.
We do know she threatened him. Threatened Iran.
Said words.
So you don't believe her? You think she's a liar?
No, I did not say that. I said that she said words.
Yeah, the card haircut makes perfect sense from everything she just said. It all makes sense.
One of the drugs used is Lupron, right, which has actually been used to chemically castrate sex offenders.
You know what? I'm not sure that we should continue with this interview because it seems like it's going in a particular direction.
Well, you're a medical professional.
I am a medical professional.
You don't want to talk about the drugs that you give to kids.
Again, I'm a physician and I use medication. You're choosing explorative words. Drugs I give to kids.
I'm choosing a
chemical
word that was in a dictionary.
That's not a correct term for puberty blockade.
No, I mean, I could look it up on my phone. I'm pretty sure if I looked it up.
You can look it up on your phone.
It says medical definition, administration of a drug to bring about a marked reduction in the body's production of androgens and especially testosterone.
And I'm saying, as a pediatrician who takes care of hundreds of these kids, when you use that terminology, you are being malignant and harmful.
There are some who would say that giving chemical castration drugs to kids is malignant and harmful.
It's about the context of caring for a child and seeing the suffering that kids can have that have not been an affirmative home situation.
Using these drugs on children is about caring about them. Yeah, you guys are never being the allegations, and the rainbow-colored hair, blue hair is also a telltale sign of your insanity.
Somebody just told me that MAGA doesn't have student loans, and I wanted to be like, duh, sweetie, we know that MAGA doesn't have student loans. MAGA doesn't go to school. They don't seek higher education. They don't seek out higher levels of critical thinking skills and analysis and research capabilities. They don't. Of course, they wouldn't have student loans if they're MAGA. Duh, right?
Yeah, you you guys are so intelligent that you believe that you can magically change your gender, and we're the ones who are supposed to be crazy and be uneducated. All of those college degrees, and you can't even tell us what a woman is.
Never been to Syracuse before. Funny word, isn't it? Sounds almost Latin. Probably not Latin. Greek? Phoenician, maybe? A pretty smooth drive in from Buffalo. But I tell you what, looking forward to some breakfast. Oh, I can't speak. Oh, God. What I meant to say was the car park is pretty busy, which probably means by implication that the restaurant is also busy. Yeah, maybe get a job. Hi. Good, thank you. I came to do your big breakfast challenge. Oh, no. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to give you the big book back there so you got all the space. Cool, all right. Thank you. I still have my garbage can in the cabinet. My garbage can in the cabinet. Ah, right. Thank you, thanks. I don't want to take up a whole boat. It's pretty busy. Maybe I'll go up here. Yeah, it's more like it, I reckon. Right in the midst of the action. I've been sent from foreign lands to put hard-working Americans off their breakfast. Let's have a look at the menu. Oh, there it is. Eddie's Home Breakfast Challenge. Can you eat 5 pounds of breakfast food in 30 minutes? 3 huge pancakes, Texas French toast, 4 sausage, 4 ham, 4 bacon, bowl fries, 5 scrambled eggs. Finish and receive a free t-shirt, for the wall paper, you can lose. Cost is $49.99. Not cheap. Thank you. I think I'm ready.
Awesome, let's do it.
Can I go with the Eddie's Home Breakfast Challenge, please?
You got it. What would you like for your beverage?
Milk,
soda, juice, 16 ounces.
I think I will go with some juice. What kind of juice you got?
Apple, cranberry, pineapple, grape, and orange juice.
I'll take the cranberry.
You got it. Is there anything else?
I think that's it for now.
All right, we're super excited. I'll get that down for you.
Wow, cranberry juice. I'm not a 70-year-old lady with thrush. The food's got to be good here. Look how busy it is. It's crazy. 10 o'clock on a Friday.
Alrighty. There you go.
Goodness gracious.
It is a bit of food.
Substantial.
Yes. Absolutely. It's the pancakes that does it.
Yeah.
So we've got 30 minutes. Whenever you're ready, you just go ahead and push that button.
All right.
And you can put any condiments on it if you want first. You'll probably need some syrup.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Some syrup would be great. Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. That's, I mean, it looks delicious. Look how many, I mean, they call those home fries. Those are just cute potatoes to me, but that is, that's dense. There's a lot of starch there. French toast looks delicious, though. I'll give myself a round of applause. I was just trying to sync up the audio, I swear. Alright, today I'm at a place called Second Chance Diner, which is in Camillus, near Syracuse, and I'm taking on it's called the Eddie's Breakfast Challenge, right? Who's Eddie? Ah, right, that makes sense. And, what's his name? Half an hour. Do you want to give me a 3, 2, 1 just for dramatic effect? Thank you very much. I'm eating eggs with my hands again. No? see about that. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the episode. Today we're at Second Chance Diner in Syracuse, New York, having a crack at their breakfast challenge. Yeah, get it? Eggs, crack. Yeah. Half an hour finish the sucker, and if you can, it's free. You get a t-shirt and a spot on that wall of fame over there. Eggs are perfect. Sausages. These are like English-style sausages. I was expecting sausage patties. Yeah, not entirely common to find the humble sausage link on an American breakfast. Not to say there was an Englishman. I approve without equivocation. What do you reckon? Is he starting to question the courage of his initial conviction? He looks a little bit like that fella from that TV show where people bring in antique clocks and stuff. Pawn shop, maybe? I don't know. It's something like that. I've done that thing again where I drink extra liquid instead of drinking the mandatory liquid. Let's get some syrup on there. Yeah, let's get it all over the place. Too much syrup? Nah. No such thing. Yeah, if I've learned one thing over this illustrious, embarrassing career, so you don't want to hold back on the syrup with a breakfast like this. You're not wrong. Syrup on the home fry. I know syrup on home fries is not traditional, but there are a lot of home fries. I need all the help I can get. Not really. I probably shouldn't leave pancakes to last. That would be one way to strategize. So many home fries. Yeah? I don't have to finish on these. You okay? I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It's not the poor lady almost falling over. It's more the completely futile way in which I asked if she was alright. Alright, maybe it was the fall. So, you ready for a takeaway? Steady, steady. Still a long way to go. Yeah, you change your tune now. Yeah, I think this fine fellow's initial skepticism may have now evaporated, leaving but a quiet, reluctant, yet dignified respect in its wake. What sort of phrase that was? Equal parts scholar and rogue, mate, you know? You don't get that on TikTok, do you? What's that? The syrup's gonna kill me. Maybe. Oh, that was a great choice. That is really refreshing. Come on. Yeah, the starch is starting to hit. You'll notice how much the pancakes slow me down, actually. It's been fairly smooth until now. You know how long I've been going? Yeah, if by go you mean lurch increasingly slowly towards the finish line, my fellow diners still seem to be enjoying the show, Mike. I'm convinced the guy right in the back corner there wanted to just stay for as long as possible, just to hear me ask for the dessert menu. Alright, cranberry juice is done. Just the French toast left. I think I got like 15 minutes. We're not there yet. I don't know. as always. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh. The final slice. I want French toast. A little bit more syrup on the last piece. All right, this is. All right, this is. Just as maybe for you, that was 10 Steiners, Eddie's breakfast cones. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have a dessert menu?
Milkshakes.
Milkshakes. I don't want one of those. I'm sorry I had to see that.
Peanut butter jelly, deep fried peanut butter and puff, and deep fried Oreos.
Deep fried peanut butter jelly.
Yes. Does that sound better?
Can I try one of those?
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, how does that even work? Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, give me a stand up. Sorry, I smell like powdered sugar and fried stuff. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
You tell me what size you want.
The smallest you have.
Oh, the smallest. I think the large.
Anything's fine.
Smallest. Oh, medium smallest.
Medium, yeah, that's perfect.
You want a mouse? You have a nighttime shirt.
Why not? Yeah. Thank you.
There
Thank
you
you
go,
very
here.
much. That's my.
This is yours.
That's. I didn't think it was gonna be that big.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh, I think you can do it. I believe in you, Adam.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a Polaroid. We are so classic.
Camera down.
Watch your camera.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's
Sure?
perfect. I don't mind. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Thanks. They're huge. I thought it was gonna be like one of those. I'm still gonna eat it though. Ooh. I just don't know when to stop. That's the problem. No, I don't know right now. No. Maybe after these, we'll see.
There should be a whole separate for this. It should be a track.
Oh, it is good. It's kind of like a donut. Oh,
Great.
oh, thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. You too. Hey, you want one? Go on, take one. Take one, try one. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go ahead. Go on, you got it. At least one. At least one. You can take two if you want.
Sharing is caring. I love that.
You're gonna love that. They are really nice.
Thank you so much.
No worries, man. Thank you. It's really nice to meet you all.
Good.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'll tell you what. These things are flipping lovely. I think these might be the most American thing I've ever eaten. Fried peanut butter and jelly. Yes, please. A picture with the full squad. My goodness. You're like Randy Santel. Can't you wait till we, at least until we get there?
Well, if this video is of places I like to eat, I like to eat bread in the car.
There's nothing like it's just a bread cake, a bread bun, a short and simple bread bun. It's just that one then. I'm practicing.
Couldn't let me go.
Could have indicated a lot earlier then, couldn't it? What's the real news of the was that? Good Lord, must be good if. These things are bread are getting me hungry. Oh, you parked in a Hilton. It's not exactly the easiest place to get out. I wasn't actually this tall. Yeah. It's a bit cold out here to be outside. I'm wearing a t-shirt, it's freezing. Right, what do you recommend, Mrs. Beard?
Well, I only really ever have toast on me, so I'm probably not the best. But what about some salmon and cream cheese to start?
You know what? If that's what you're going to recommend.
Yeah, with berries and lemon.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Or
Something warm.
would you like salted caramel syrup?
Yes.
Hazelnut syrup.
I'll have the salted caramel syrup.
A shot of rum.
It's probably a little early for that. It's only 10 a.m. So I'm back in England, and I've noticed that the audience out there, they're missing two things. First of all, long videos. Second, and most importantly, Mrs. Beard. She's got her own little cult following, so I thought it might be fun if we did a full day of eating at Mrs. Beard's favourite restaurants. So that's what we're doing today. Stop number one is what, Mrs. Beard? Which is apparently quite famous, I'm told. Mrs. Beard eats here, I think, is it every Saturday with your granddad? Not that I want to give away your location, but she brings a granddad there for breakfast pretty much every Saturday. I've never been, so I'm looking forward to trying some of the. Would I get salmon cream cheese?
Yeah. I told you to bring a coat. You could have left it in the car. I think I have a spare coat in the car. Do you want me to go get you it?
No, your coat's not going to fit me. I'm not that small.
A big chair.
The giant oversized deck chair. Are you going to get in? Thank you. You know, bearded men almost never get cappuccinos because it makes a mess of your mustache quite quickly. Oh, that'll be 200 calories right there, tell you. Oh, thank you very much. How much toast did you get?
I didn't realise what that much toast.
They know you, that's why you got that much toast. I love salmon. And a bit of cream cheese. Not really a big fan of capers. Reminds me of that Larry David sandwich that we did that time. But I'm going to enjoy it. I don't normally eat this early. What time is that? 10:05 or something? I do often find it odd when people eat fish, especially smoked fish for breakfast. It's often a little bit too much, but I rarely get to eat salmon and I love it, so I thought I would guess. What is that sound? Yes, let me wipe it first, so it's full of cream cheese. Let me wipe it off. Oh, nice to meet you. Thanks for watching. Thank you.
Fantastic watching you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What gave it away, the big camera? Look how much toast she's got. Have you seen that? She's got like half a loaf there.
That toast is amazing. It's worthwhile, not pancake cold off.
Do you have any idea how weird it is to eat just a bread bun by itself? It's not like while you're driving. That was nice. It would have tasted nicer indoors, I think.
No. When I come here, I sit outside anyway, so spark my chair.
You're leaving the crust.
I don't want curly hair.
Crust don't do that's all advice to. Look, the butter's completely solid. It's like cold. We don't waste food away. I'll just a bit of my coffee. Warm. Yummy. You're gonna get in the chair then, or?
When it's free.
Alright, well, should we join the queue for the child's queue for the pumpkin chair thingy?
Why don't you take nice pictures of me while
I'll take a picture of you when you get in the chair. You thought my beard was longer? Oh, you can't say that to a bearded man. That's like.
I thought your beard was longer than it actually is. Well, I thought it came down to about here.
Well, it's tied up, to be fair.
I'm looking at you now and I'm thinking, where the hell do you go?
My big stretchy belly old kid.
Looks like you know video.
Oh, cheers, mate. Right, where next?
Weatherby Whaler.
Weatherby Whaler. All right.
Do you enjoy your salmon?
I did enjoy the salmon, yeah. Not often I get to eat salmon because it is, of course, a higher fat content fish. Are we down where they used to have that nuclear bunker? You know, when I used to work at the bank, and they used to say, I remember one time that time when I came, I had to work out here. Believe it or not, I used to work for a stockbroker, or the stockbroking arm of a popular bank, which I'm probably not allowed to say, because nobody still works for them. But I once had to come down around here to this weird kind of fallout shelter. I don't know why. Never really told me why. It was to replenish the food in the canteen. A bit of eyeballing and my fitness pal. Apparently that first meal was circa 493 calories. Which is quite a lot for breakfast, isn't it?
Yeah, did you include the toast?
I didn't include eating your this toast now.
Greggs!
Jesus, man.
Greggs! We've got to go to Greggs first.
Why do you have to shout it?
Greggs! We should call our child Greggs if we're wrong.
We would call him Greggs. What do you call him? Greg? I said Gregory.
Tell me while I'm right.
It's so funny. I was looking forward to fish and chips. I suppose it is a bit early.
We've got all the gingerbread man first.
It's like, what are you going to get? A gingerbread man?
Yeah.
Even when you're not eating bread, you're eating something with bread in the title. There you go. Greg's time. What shall I get?
Beef and veg pasta.
Beef and veg pasta it is. There you go. Greg's doing their bit. Don't need to today. Unless they're incredibly active and muscular like me, in which case they close to the album.
The gingerbread man please. Beef and veg pasta.
Oh, thank you. Have you kept a hold of the card, yeah? Although we are now inside, it is still freezing cold because the door open. I must confess, I'm not the biggest fan of Greggs in general, but they do always look good, don't they? They look appetizing, as far as, you know, pastry can look appetizing.
That's a sexy looking pasta.
It's sexy, man. How is it that Greggs avoids tax again? Is it because it's not cooked or something? It's not, they keep it warm, but it's not ready cooked food, so they avoid VAT or something like that. Oh, knife is good. Hearty, that's the way I describe it. A little bit peppery. This is classic British cuisine. Why is everything bread with you? Do you reckon there's a difference in between a beef and vegetable pasty and a Cornish pasty? I wonder if it's that they're just not allowed to call them Cornish pasties. Oh, that's yummy. Really enjoy that. Apparently, a beef and vegetable pasty from Greggs is 459 calories. Jesus, that's intense. So we're at nearly 1,000 calories already. You bring your gingerbread man with you? Oh, you got... Well, I thoroughly enjoy my Greggs.
I always enjoy my Greggs.
The salt.
I'm probably going to regret this one. Let's get into it. What is up, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Today I'm at New Wall Street Tavern in Birmingham, taking on the Hot Slice Challenge. In front of me, I have 6 slices, 6 spice levels, and only 5 minutes to complete. If I manage to complete this pizza in under 5 minutes, I'll get the pizza for free. I'll go up on their Wall of Fame, and I'll win myself some vouchers. However, if I fail, it's a £12 fine and an awful lot of burn. Each slice has a different level of spice, and they include the following. Slice 1 is the jalapeno death, Number 2 is a sudden death. Number 3 is the bomb. Number 4 is Mad Dog 357. Number 5 is Psycho Juice. And number 6 is the Trinidad Scorpion. You should also mention the person who set the top time on this challenge did not eat the crust, which I think is a heinous crime. So today we're eating the crust, we're getting on that leaderboard, and fingers crossed we do a really good job. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Comment down below if you have anything else to add. If you haven't yet subscribed or followed, do consider doing so before you leave. Guys, wish me luck. I'm going to start over on the least spicy slice and move over to the most spicy slice. Say that 10 times fast with speech impediment. I dare you. Right, everyone, in 3, 2, 1, let's go. That is awful. 2 slices left. That is brutal. Final time, 3 minutes 19, which I'm very embarrassed by. However, once those hiccups hit, that was hard to overcome. Very hard. I'm suffering, but I'm going to do burn time. In that time, I'm going to answer some questions. Have you done, or do you plan to do, any challenges overseas? Yes, I have. Open challenges in Spain, North Carolina in the States, in Japan. The rest escapes me, but I have been all around the world doing food challenges. I do plan to do more in the future, but I do wonder whether do actual food challenges abroad, or if you would like to see reviews of native or typical foods. Question 2. I am suffering. Can you talk about your eating and fasting regimen? Some people think about competitive eating as easy, but it's about discipline and strategy. Competitive eating is, to me, as any sport would be to any sports person. I take it very seriously. I plan, I strategize, and I make sure that I go into every challenge as best as I can, both mentally and physically. That does mean that before really big challenges, I'm fasted going into them to preserve as much real estate as possible. The mental challenge is the most. There is oftentimes you have to set everything aside, focus on what you're doing. Today is obviously on a whole different level. You can never really prepare for spies. Everybody that's in this game takes it very seriously, and it just means a lot to us on a really weird level. So, yeah, jellied eels have been the most testing thing for me as of late, and the first thing that comes into my mind, I bought a jar of jellied eels to forfeit for a challenge. I think against Eddie, or maybe against Josh Baker. But anyway, by the by, I couldn't even stomach the smell myself, let alone put it in my mouth. And so jellied eels would have to be the thing that I would probably not be able to eat. And if you don't know what jellied eels are, literally eels in a clear fishy jelly, and it comes in like a little pot with a lid, with like a little foil lid. If you could create your own food challenge, what would it be? I've been asked this question so many times, and the one food challenge which I would like to create that I have never seen is a toasty challenge. I would like to see a big stack of toasties, all different fillings, lots of different cheeses, very creative looking toasties, just like a big stack of them. Delicious and idyllic and quick, like tidy and clean to eat. Can you imagine a toasty challenge? It would be delicious, delectable, lovely, much nicer than this. Here's some tips for if you are doing a large amount of the same types of food. Still flavoured drinks will get you the majority of the way. If you start with water, then divert to a flavoured drink and keep it still, it would be a lifesaver. On top of that, you can try the sauces, you can try the lemon, but I think the still flavoured drink is the hack of the century. Last question. Hi Leah, I love your videos. I wanted to ask you how you always manage to break world records and how you manage to do it for all of these years. Truthfully, with a really good attitude and a lot of fortune. I feel like I've been really blessed to be given opportunities I couldn't possibly say no to. And beyond that, be naturally quite good at the things that I do, apart from the fact that I'm a master manifester. I never ever manifest a loss. Planning, manifesting, good attitude. That's how. Bonus question, because I see this a lot. Why do you never post videos of your failures? I do. If you go to my channel, you will be able to find them. I think in the past 6 years, I've probably had 6 fails or somewhere under 10 fails. So I've done really quite well considering they are out there, they're on the internet. You can go and find them and you will see how much I'm suffering in each and every one of them. It's awful. Right then everyone, so that was the hot slice challenge at New Wall Street Tavern in Birmingham, complete in a shockingly embarrassing time of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. That does mean that I go up on the wall of fame in 4th place. I am not happy about that. However, it is what it is. That was really tough. If you think you've got what it takes and you're brave enough to take on this awful music challenge, this street challenge, I'm going to do end up visit and let them know that the shunt sent you. That was really challenging. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, comment down below if you have anything else to add.
Quarter with like 6 minutes left, and it's obnoxious. You see these empty seats, and for all the celebrities, they're out there hobnobbing.
Greeny was in his seat for the start of the second half, and I texted him. I said, "You're legit. I'm here. Let's go."
Yeah, I love that Greeny did that on purpose too.
Oh yeah.
He knew what the offense were. He's probably judged others for it in the past. Delta Club kind of sounds like a bomb, though. I will say, it kind of sounds like it's probably a great time. I couldn't imagine the food or the booze that are potentially available back there. Ty did tell us that he could feel your presence at those games. So even though you're up there in the 200s, Tyrese said he could feel the Schrager energy with the lads. Before we dive into all the NFL news, let's talk about your Knicks. Is this the year you guys are going to go on a run? Is this the year that Jalen Brunson maybe finishes it? And we got a pulled hamstring, I do believe.
Yeah.
OG, right?
We actually, in the last 6 minutes, our mutual friend Shams Charania just came out with a vague sort of good news update that after me not breathing for the first 8 hours I've been awake today, we got this one here that it seems to be day to day, which I think is a lot better than out for the playoffs. I think we'll take that. Day to day, I'd like to hear that he's completely fine. I would love to hear your thoughts, but if you've been watching these Knicks the last few weeks, there is no more valuable player than this man right here. No more beloved New York Knick. He does it all. He is so good on defense. He covers everyone. Paul George has been silenced this series because of how good OG has been on defense. And I just pray that he's healthy enough to start because he is one of the
So for our sport, we can see a hamstring from a mile away. Everybody can. It did appear whenever he's coming around to pull, and then even more pull later. Day to day, Tyrese, you were shaking your head. Why you were shaking your head? Just because the hamstring's so volatile?
Oh, hamstring's the worst. And he did that in our series, 2 years ago, too. He was hamstring in that series as well. So that's not day to day with a hamstring strain is a little worrisome because it's a hamstring strain. So I would be worried. I'd be worried. I hope he's okay though.
Well, and then Joel Embiid, he goes out because of hip and ankle, I do believe. Is that what it was?
Yeah, and also OG in that series as well. It was day to day. And remember, he basically taped one off. He had a makeshift hamstring and he kept playing.
Yeah, and I think you had some injuries through the playoffs last year. Is it because you guys are just running so much? It's inevitable that somebody's going to get hurt in your guys' playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's soft tissue. So, the argument that people would make would be that we played too many games or whatever. But
soft. This is that young child.
I wouldn't make that argument. I would not make that argument. I like the games we play. I'm a fan. I'm not
2 days rest. 2 days rest is so good. The quick turnaround here that these guys have to play. And I tell you, I have so much respect for that guy in the studio right now because I know he played through pain both those series. But it's we, all NBA load management. We rest, we wait, and then in the NBA playoffs, it's every night they have a game. So you got to figure it out, man.
All right. I appreciate Shreg's fandom. I like that.
He flew out here last year. He was willing to sit up in the last row.
He said PG was silenced last night. I thought PG played pretty well last night. Well, I like that. I like the energy though. I like that. Keep it up, Shregs.
I feel like Paul George back in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think he might.
Big shot. He airballed the big shot and he's looking at his teammate what happened? That was you. You missed that shot.
That's a real Knicks fan.
Things will happen. Yeah, buddy. Let's go ahead and put that blame on yourself. A little accountability. Love Paul George. Love Tyrese Maxey. Joel Embiid, whenever he's playing great, it's good to see. The Sixers trusting the process for this long and finally get a little shine great until the Knicks just kind of go ahead and destroy them in fresh rates. Let's go to some NFL news here quickly. Aaron Rodgers, mixed reports. He's going to Pittsburgh. What do you know? Have you known? And how do you feel about it all? This is the big story of the day. Don't feel obligated to give a full diatribe if you've already unloaded on this 10 times because it seemingly is an everyday situation. But now we get some news. He's going this weekend, allegedly.
Allegedly, and 93.7, the local radio station, was the first to report that he was in town. It seems like Rappaport's confirming it. I'll tell you this, speaking of Steelers sources, they're there for rookie minicamp today through the end of the weekend, and there's no sign of Aaron Rodgers yet. So I think we've learned that we don't start pegging Aaron Rodgers as going to do this, going to do that, until Aaron Rodgers does this or does that. I have not been on the ground in Pittsburgh. I have not seen him flying in, but the local radio station in Rappaport has since confirmed it. And it's like the Loch Ness Monster to me, though. I've learned too many times. Until I see that guy in uniform or on site, I'm not putting anything in yet.
I love it because remember last year there was a disguise in a Toyota Camry or something.
Yeah, the poopy rental car.
Yeah. I mean, this is sweet. He is a one-of-one type human. He is a one-of-one type quarterback. And what a situation it is over there in Pittsburgh. I don't know if you heard, Shregs. Kellen Diggs has been burying Aaron Rodgers since the draft because he talked to a bunch of people that have kind of given him the green light to do as such as the injuries feel. And then this morning he hears Doran Dickerson on B94, the fan, and he goes, "I love Aaron. I'm so happy here." I mean, completely flip-flop. Let's move to some other news. around the NFL that's happening. The Eagles promote Adam Berry, brother of Andrew Berry, to assistant GM. Philadelphia Eagles always surrounded with some drama. The Cleveland Browns also, is that what they said? Hey, you're the twin brother of the guy who had to deal with everything happening in Cleveland. You should be pretty good over here in Philly. How have we not known that Andrew Berry has a twin brother that looks exactly like him in all this? And why do you think Philadelphia did this?
Well, Adam was actually, he's been there for a bit here, and he actually used to work at Goldman Sachs at a very high level, and they brought him over after Andrew was already established in the NFL. It's very funny, though, because I've gotten to know Adam a little bit. I know Andrew, and you'll be at the combine, and they won't be wearing team-issued gear, and the amount of times Adam Berry has to talk to a reporter or talk to someone who comes up to him and just assumes it's Andrew Berry because they have no idea that Andrew Berry has a twin brother is innumerable. Now I think he's getting a little more spotlight. Very well respected within that building. In the last 2 years, they've lost two important voices. Jake Rosenberg, who was there, and then Alec Halabi, who left this year. Two guys who were like Howie Roseman's right-hand man. These guys are gone. Adam Berry gets promoted. Of course, you saw Joe Douglas is going to have a bigger title there. He's a former GM of the Jets and, of course, a longtime lieutenant in Chicago and in Baltimore and in Philly. And then I saw another one. Mike McCagnon is apparently joining that Eagles front office. He used to be GM of the Jets as well. So Howie is always looking for different voices and different guys, but Adam Berry has been a mainstay. And now he gets that assistant GM job, and his brother is the GM of the Cleveland Browns.
And Big Dom gets a new deal, too, for all his jobs. That's right. Super security, super coaching stuff, assistant GM stuff. Big Dom got an extension as well. Good to see that he's still going to be around. Let's talk about some other NFL news taking place. A little bit more spicy. Yeah. Go ahead, Con Man.
Speaking of Andrew Berry, it was reported that allegedly the Browns are doing their homework on Sorsby, the situation that's kind of unfolding down in Texas with the gambling. All that stuff still needs to get worked out, but him being kind of the first big name in the possible supplemental draft in a few years now, what are you kind of hearing on this situation? Do you expect him to be in the NFL next year if everything gets worked out legally and he doesn't have any more kind of right to play in college anymore? Do you think he could be one of those players that a team will give up a high pick for?
And quick follow-up on some precedent in this entire process.
Yeah, I was reminded today that when this happened, when Terrell Pryor was suspended by the NCAA, he decided to go supplemental draft. It was a 5 or 6 game suspension with the NCAA, and the NFL was like, "You're not going to be a safe harbor. We're not going to be a safe harbor for players where you can just jump, and we're not going to fine you or whatever, suspend you." So then the NFL upheld the suspension for Terrell Pryor, and also Jim Tressel, who was with the Colts at the time. So there's a situation here where the NFL could also suspend Sorsby.
Go ahead, Trent. Sorry, we just want to make sure we had all the intel out there.
It's good, and I remember the Terrell Pryor deal. Remember, that was for getting tattoos at a shop, and he had to pay such a price for that. If you look back in hindsight now, how ridiculous that was for Terrell Pryor. You look at this one, this is an interesting deal because there will be interest in him in the supplemental draft. We don't see the supplemental draft utilized too often, especially for a quarterback. There will be interest. As far as the Browns go, I would take the meme of the dog with the laser, just like looking at that's Browns fans. Anytime a quarterback can even throw a ball, that's how they act as far as I'm told. Browns right now, Sorsby's name has not been in the conversation. Rather, they're focused on what they have in-house at the moment, and that is a Deshaun Watson revival. That is a Shedeur Sanders. Can you do it again? Can you get back on the field, and can you win this job? And they are so ecstatic about their draft that they had this last couple of weeks that the Browns, I don't know if Sorsby being dropped into it is an actual legitimate thing right now. We'll see. To Jason's point, the NFL is going to have a say in this as well. But a fascinating, unprecedented topic now in the NIL era, especially in this whole gambling, pro-gambling world that we live in.
Tyrese, don't be gambling on shit.
No. I've never gambled on sports.
I like that.
Beast.
Hey, a little bit of blackjack, though.
A little bit of blackjack, though.
Sure. Certainly got to play. Certainly have to play. Especially if somebody else is putting up all the money for it.
Yeah.
That was a really cool time.
Sure.
Very nice of that person.
What?
A lot of money. Jello gave us a shit ton of money to handle that. It was so much money. I sat down and never been a part of this. This is after he tried to break my neck. He was trying to apologize to me.
Sure.
He was trying to apologize to me. I think he was trying to be kind. Hey, why don't you come over? I sit down. There's just so much chips, so many chips in front of me. So many chips in front of me. What is this, like show chips? No, those are your chips. Oh, that's a lot. Those are your. Not my shove those over every fucking yeah. But that was a great Vegas night. I mean, we did it. I think we did. Yeah. Too bad you were on the side of the wrong side of the fucking road.
You were.
Cody Crybaby.
Son of a bitch. Thank you, Connor.
He won.
Your dad was mad about it. You were happy, and that's what I don't like about it all. You know what I mean? Because I was on your side. I was fighting for you against people that are megastars, people that have generated $6 billion at the box office, people that are notorious for being sports fans while also being super geniuses. Not just in comedy. How about we drop Severance on your ass? Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, a man who I fought for you with, Ben Stiller.
Yeah, man.
How you doing, Ben?
How are you guys? Good. Nice to be here.
Good. It's an honor to have you. Obviously, I'm 39 years old. You understand with your demographic now out in the world, you supplied our lives with a lot of incredible shit. So we appreciate you so much. Now, on that note, I also respect the fact that you are a sports fan. You are a diehard Knicks fan. They're in, they're out. When the Met Gala happens, we got to talk about it, man. Okay, we have to. We didn't want to do it. We didn't have to do it. How was that decision for you? And honestly, what are you doing throughout the entirety? Are you watching game on phone? Like, how do you kind of balance all that?
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was a tough one for me, and it's been a really interesting experience because I didn't even think anybody really would care that much about whether or not I was there or not. In terms of like the reaction to it.
You're Ben Stiller. You're at every game, Ben.
I know.
You're synonymous with the team.
But can I tell you what happened? Yeah. But it triggered something it's been an interesting learning experience for me as a fan because I've had to process this, like the reaction and how people sort of react, knowing what the circumstances are, the context of it all, which, you know what I mean? So, like, I can't explain the context to everybody in the world. So for me as a fan, I wanted to be at that Knicks game more than anything. I had and I basically in my life, the last, season or so, I've tried to work my professional work life around the Knicks, and all the way through to making sure that as this playoff run happens and this final run, could possibly happen, that I'm making sure that I am going to be there. But this Met Gala thing was something a friend of mine invited us 3 months ago. As the dates were coming up, of course, you don't know what the dates, but I dates were going to be as they come up. And about a week before, I started to see, because I thought I caught every other presentation from the kids in the schedule for the playoff games, and this was there. And honestly, it was a very good friend who got the table, who I felt I would be, as a friend, it would be lame to cancel on our friend who we don't see for this thing. Now, nobody cares.
Tough position, Ben. That's a tough spot for you.
By the way, the world doesn't care, and I get it. So all I tried to do was I say, okay, we're going to wear our Knicks colors. I'm going to have my phone. I'm going to be, Anna Wintour doesn't like when people are watching their phones at the Met Gala. She wants everybody's attention to be there, which I understand. I was watching the game, checking on it, but it was really, really tough. And I said to Christine the night before, I said, I think I'm going to get some shit for this. And, and I don't know what to do about it. And she said, look, we have to do. It's our friend. We made this commitment. There's nothing to do. We can't cancel. Thought about canceling, and I said I can't do it.
Now, Ben, I would like to let you know you're a good friend, great friend. You getting shit is a compliment because we think you're like a part of the sports. Like you know what I mean? Like that's a compliment more than anything.
Again, I didn't think it would be such a hubbub, but I also understand that people need stuff to talk about, right? The morning radio shows. It's like
Tomorrow.
a thing, right?
All of us. Right? Yeah, everybody needs that. You're Ben Stiller. That's why it's such a big deal. And also, you are synonymous with this team. Like you coming out to Indiana, you flying to Indiana for these games.
Come on.
So much respect for it. It's like you have been synonymous with this Knicks team. You, Timmy, everybody. Literally.
Timmy didn't help go to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Timmy.
Well, that was the thing. The fact that he decided to not go. And by the way, I don't get invited to the Met Gala. Timothy gets invited to the Met Gala every year. I think the last time I was invited was 10 years ago, and by the same friend who bought the table, and we went with him 10 years ago, and then I went once before, like 20 years ago. I'm not that guy. So the irony was, I said to Christine, I hope Timothy also going to the Met Gala, and of course he wasn't. So, and then I was like, all right.
Well, Ben, we wanted to.
And then the thing that it
No, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say the thing that it triggered then became the competition thing of like who is the more diehard Knicks fan, right? And that for me that was interesting because I realized that I had to be okay with the fact that you're not a fan to be in competition with other fans or to prove to people you're a fan. You're a fan because you love the team. So I had to live with the fact that I know. I think I even tweeted like I know who I am. I know my fandom.
Hey, we have respect for that. We know that too. You need to know that.
My ego, like I'm the best Knicks fan. It's like it's not a competition. We all love the Knicks. People love the Knicks. So I had to let my ego get out of the way for that.
Well, okay. Well, I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate you having to have that conversation. I also appreciate the fact that like this is sports, man. You're like so in sports. Like you are a sports person, and so we like that. So the fact that people shit talking you becoming so honest with the team. Whenever there's a celebration happening, guess whose ass is going to be in the parade?
Oh yeah.
Your ass won it as well. I think it's a great thing, and it's because we all have so much respect for everything you've accomplished. It's fucking everywhere. Can we dive into that? We're still live on YouTube. We're no longer. You go comedy. Okay. Sports always your whole life, and comedy kind of helped that. And then you go super serious. It's with Severance. This is like a whole different vein, and then your marketing is like super shit deep.
Yeah.
Like super. Always been a sports person. Pick up sports later in life. How does it tie into how you've kind of shaped your professional career? You think?
I'll give you my honest history of sports. I grew up in New York City. I was born in '65, right? So '75, I was one of those guys running on the field, Yankee Stadium. Take the B train with my friends. I was there when Reggie hit the 3 home runs. I had a piece of right field in my bedroom that I ripped out, from I think the '78 series, championship series. So Yankees were my thing when I was a kid. Then and the Knicks. I was a big, as a teenager, big Bernard King fan. There was a guy named Mike Glenn on the Knicks. I don't know if you know Stinger Mike Glenn, an incredible 3-point shooter, played for the Hawks. Who was my favorite player back in the day. Then I moved to LA from, I'd say like 92 to like 2010, and my fandom was there, but not as intense. And I never became a Lakers fan or an LA fan. Always a Knicks fan, but just from afar during the '94-'99 run. Then I moved back to New York in 2010, and that's when I was like, oh my God, I'm back in New York. I can take my son to Knicks games like my dad, because my dad took me to Knicks games in '73, '74. I mean, I literally saw those teams.
A lot of stories about that, like Michael Cole, our friend from over there, who's WWE. He talks about how his dad had him in the arena watching the Knicks, and it feels like with so many people, the Knicks are who everybody likes. I know the Nets kind of did their thing for a little bit there, but the Knicks seemingly, and the Yankees, even though the Mets are spending a lot of money, but the Knicks are like the entire city's kind of team. You getting a chance to showcase that, I think, is good. Can you tell me about your brain, though? That other part of the question, I guess sports doesn't really help it out much. Can you tell me about your fucking brain? Do you have thoughts going all the time? Is it tough to sleep? Like, how do you get into these such radically different spaces? Legit, you smoking weed? You doing ayahuasca? You do what is your shit? You on DMT?
All of the above. Sports is a great outlet, right? And what I don't like, which I'm sure you feel as a fan too, is when you care about a team that much, when they get to the point where they're not going to get to the next step, when they lose finally, it's really painful and not fun. And that thing of like it's fun, but then it always has to end. So for me, it's a great outlet and a diversion. It's become much more since the Knicks have become, better in the last 4 or 5 years to watch that and then to have that history of all the years of them not being good. Because, like I'll watch every game every season. I watch every game because, I'm into it. But when you start to see them actually doing well, it becomes so much more exciting because you have, like 50 years of history there.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell me about your brain?
Not getting.
Let's go. Let's talk about the brain. Let's talk about getting.
My brain is. I do go. Yeah, Pat. I do go. For me, I love to be working on whatever project I'm working on, or we have a few different projects. So creatively, I'm always I enjoy that. That's my relaxation is doing something that I feel is creative for me.
Okay, on that note, Connor has a question for you.
Yeah, Ben, Severance. I mean, Pat mentioned it. I think it's like the greatest show on TV right now, and it feels like if you land the plane here, it could be just one of the greatest shows of all time with Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, those types of shows. Where did it come from? Where was that idea originated? When you first thought of it, was it something where you kind of had like a 5-season arc? Was it something where you knew, hey, it's starting here, it'll be in the middle here and end here?
No, I mean, this was a script that came into us by a writer named Dan Erickson, who had sent it as a spec script. The spec script is the script that the writer will send as a sample so you can have a meeting to maybe do something else. And I read the spec script and I was like, this is amazing. And we had the meeting. I said, is anybody making this? So this was like 8 years ago or 9 years ago. And he had never had anything produced. And so we connected and we started working together on building it. And it's been an amazing experience. It became my full-time job for like the last 5 years or so doing it, and I was never been happier working on something. So I can't take credit for it, but the building out of the world and the collaboration of all the different departments and our cinematographer, production designer, costume designer, everybody kind of came together on it, and and we're lucky enough to have the freedom to make it.
Yeah, home run. That's because you're Ben fucking Stiller. Go ahead, AJ. You can make whatever you want, Ben.
Yeah, you can. Everything you make is gold. But can we get back to the Met Gala? We see you guys walking up the stairs. We see the costumes, the outfits everybody's wearing. What the hell actually goes on once you're inside?
Yeah, that's a good question. Basically you go in and once they take your phone and they cover up your phone so you can't take any pictures. Yeah, and then or like a little sticker, and then you kind of do this tour for the Costume Institute. They raise money to support the Costume Institute. So it's designers who have done these different exhibits and designs, fashion designs related to the art at the Met. So, and it's pretty amazing. And you sort of mingle around, and then it's weird because you see people that you would never see in real life, like Mark Zuckerberg, and you're like, okay, and you just kind of have, and then all of a sudden there's like a faceless nun with a metal plate on her face, and it turns out, and 20 minutes later, you're like, oh, that was Katy Perry. I just didn't know. It's so weird. It's just weird, and you just like try to find somebody and and then get through it, and then so basically there's like mingling, and then mingling in another room, and then you go and have dinner in the Temple of Dendur room, where that temple is, and that like the Egyptian temple where they built out of it's like this giant wing of the museum that's been there for like 30 years, and then after dinner there's a show.
A show, like a fashion show, and are you walking your ass up there like
No, musical performance, and Sabrina Carpenter played, and then Stevie Nicks got up, I guess, and played also, but honestly we left a little bit early before that.
Yeah, but you would say had a great time mingling, looking, seeing, enjoying. You had a blast. Left early to finish the next game.
Honestly, the best time was being with our friend Johnny, who invited us, and sitting because I don't see him that often. That was the reason we went. That was like to be there, connect with him.
Hey, can the Knicks win it this year or no? You said you watch every single game. Is it different than last year? Whenever you ran into the big bad wolf, the Indiana Pacers, Tyrese Halliburton's out on this show. He's not in the playoffs.
Hi, Tyree. How are you?
What's up, Ben? How you doing?
I mean, I was there, as you know, last year when Tyrese hit the shot that changed everything, and I had the bad luck of being, sitting under the celebration, under this, and then after, then like making like eye contact with Miles Turner, like just it was so weird. It was just so scary. Weird. I was like, this is the one time I don't want these seats. Because it was just like it was your glory moment there. So yeah, the Knicks, I think this year, up until about 3 or 4 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, so I was questioning it a little because I don't think we've ever like really found the rhythm. Last year, there was like a team cohesion, but then there was also the fact that the rotation was so tight. I think, but finally something clicked at Game 3 of the Atlanta series, after Game 3 of the Atlanta series, where I think the teams started playing for each other, and obviously McHale, started producing, and OG has been incredible. So like everybody is stepping up. I feel like there's a good vibe. OKC is really, really tough. Knock on wood, has been, OG now. This is he's a huge part of our, our success.
Day to day, Sean's just saying it's day to day. Ben, day to day with that hamstring. I think that's good news.
We did it. Like Tyrese was saying a couple years ago. I mean, I remember, when Julius Randle was on the team and OG went out, and there was this incredible run, and he went out, and it changed everything too. So we really need him. But I also feel like the role players have had more time to play as they didn't have last year, in terms of, the rotation. So, if Deuce can step up, if Landry Shamet, who's great, can step up, Mo Diawara, we have some good pieces, so we'll see.
All right, well, good luck to you. Can't wait to see you at the games.
Yeah, get the job done.
Yeah, good luck.
Are you ever going to be coming to MSG, Pat?
So you did hear, right? Last year I tried to come and I was told no. That's awesome. I thought that was incredible, by the way. I thought that was like,
joke.
I think.
Oh,
Yeah. I think there was no. I mean, I love that. By the way, I was like a massive fan of that move, just because. Just like I like talking shit to you immediately upon you missed the game because that's like sports, but I didn't think about you actually having to kind of internalize all that. Like, fuck, I got Johnny waiting for that. Oh my god, yeah. Sorry.
Thank you for letting me air that out. Honestly, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. That's a tough spot for you, but we were definitely going to talk shit to you because you're in the sports world. That's how we view it. You should know that, and you are very welcomed, and we're very much appreciative of you. And good luck on whatever other shit you create for us to enjoy.
Thank you, guys.
Ooh, Tropic Thunder 2.
Will there ever be?
We'll see. I want to leave that one alone. Apple lives in its own world.
Okay. Well, have you thought about some of the olds, bringing back maybe another?
Well, we just did another Meet the Parents called Fokker-in-Law that's coming out Thanksgiving.
Game Fokker. Can't wait for that. I like that. Have you found something maybe with this though that you enjoyed? Maybe go back in time a little bit. Maybe we go back to fucking Fat Camp.
You know what? I love that. Heavyweights, one of my favorite experiences ever. I would love, yes, I'd be open to that. Look, I think getting people back in the theaters for comedies would be a great thing. Original, or whatever sequels, but like let's get people back laughing together in the theaters because that was so much fun back in the day, and hopefully we can see that happen again.
Good community experience. It feels like people are buying stuff to go do stuff. Hopefully we can continue that. We just need you to keep making it. You got to go to Severance to this way. Let me fuck up your brains.
Yeah, land that plane.
Let me go ahead and fuck up your brains here with Severance.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. No, it could be the greatest show ever if you don't fuck it up.
Yeah, there's a lot of yeah, no problem.
I got faith.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ben Stiller. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Back to me.
Holy shit! Did not expect that. We apologize, Shregs. There.
Are you kidding? I mean, gosh, Heavyweights 2. Give me something about Mary 2. Give me
Dodgeball 2.
Definitely.
Give me Dodgeball 2. I think Reality Bites 2. I don't care. Give me more of those. Those are great.
Yeah. Something about. I mean, there's just so many.
How many great moments do we have in movie theaters with Ben Stiller's films?
So we talked about this yesterday. Ben Stiller and Sandman. Adam Sandler.
And Ferrell. Will Ferrell's up there.
Yeah, rest in peace, obviously. But we're talking about Ben Stiller and Adam Sandler have both made so many things. Like so. Oh, sorry, not Will Ferrell. Sorry. Not Will Ferrell.
Was there news since OG's hamstring?
Chris Farley. Rest in peace.
I was like, I know Will has to put up on his fingers lately.
Will.
I thought
Will Ferrell, hero, legend, icon. You're right. Will Ferrell. I apologize. I forgot about him. Oh my God, I'm happy. That's 100% of me, Will. Thank you for bringing me life for a long time. Yeah, I love everything you're about. But you're right. Like those three from that generation have created so many things. Like so many things. Sandler.
What did you laugh harder in the theater at? Something About Mary or the original Borat film?
Oh.
Or Jackass. When I saw Jackass in the theater, it was revolutionary.
We were young for Something About Mary.
Not
young, but like.
I will say semi-pro.
Oh.
Yep.
I went to the theater 3 times. Okay.
What a film. What a film.
Yeah.
Me and you went to see Wedding Crashers at the theaters many times. Multiple times as well.
Yes, because it was a heater. An absolute heater. I think that was a good one.
Super Bad in the theater?
Super Bad. Tropic Thunder was my favorite comedy. Is my favorite comedy of all time.
I mean, Adam
Sandler
just has so many bangers.
And he has some that are underrated. Like, That's My Boy, I think, is one of the funniest movies.
Great one.
But he had such a big streaming deal. I think a lot of people know him for streaming.
Yes.
As opposed to, like, going to movie theater. Which I do.
I saw in year to year, I went Billy Madison to Happy Gilmore to then, like, he got, like, soft with the Wedding Singer. And then Big Daddy was great. And then Mr. Deeds was just crazy and off the wall. Like, what was on with the Devil, Little Nicky?
Yeah. So you're saying Sandler and Stiller, they're both what? New York Knicks fans? Is that right? Are they both New York?
Sandler's a New York guy. I assume he's I think Sandler just likes the sport.
Great hooper.
Yeah, Sandler.
Yeah. Have you ever been diced up by him before?
I've watched him play in our practice facility.
You and him kind of similar playing style.
Yeah. You mean the Sandman?
And fashion too. I think kind of similar people.
He's got a bunch of fashion bent type. Yeah. I like the Sandman. Big Sandman.
We love the Sandman.
Probably the coolest celebrity I've ever met in my life.
Sandman?
Yeah, for sure.
Clean dap, handshake, what'd we do?
Yeah, clean dap, great conversation. Did a great job of introducing himself to Jade. It was pretty cool. His comedy show was one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Yeah, we went to watch.
Did you see it live?
On like a Tuesday. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday here in Indianapolis, down in the arena.
I was there.
Sold out the fucking arena, and it was just him, just an absurd Adam Sandler show for a 90-minute show. I don't even know how to describe it. We're singing songs at one point. We're fucking telling jokes at one point. We're putting glasses on at one point. It's just him.
Did you meet him?
No. No, I got a text
one of my all-time favorites. I grew up with the records, the music albums.
Oh, they were so
somebody they're all gonna laugh at you. Like these were like Colby's Willie, Medium Pace, Hello. Like these are hilarious moments of my life.
So have you seen the live show?
I didn't see it. I saw it on Netflix. I thought it was amazing.
He writes new songs for these shows, and it's just outrageous because he's like actually
What was the donkey song? That was the Clickety Clinicky.
Yeah, what a stud. Okay, let's talk NFL stuff, shall we? Because we have an NBA guy here, so let's tell him about.
Sure.
You know. By the way.
What? What are you about to do?
We were talking toughness with other leagues, and your league never got brought up.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Stop it.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
When you were talking about watching the games last year, I did want to throw that in. Like, you also, with the SJ flopping stuff, like, you forget how physical it is itself because of the brand. You don't realize, like, it is actually so physical.
And how hard they're trying.
Yes.
The narrative is like, you can't try, too many points, not trying. It's like everybody is dying out there. You're right. I need to talk about that more. Because what you guys have to go through, with the amount of running, amount of reps, amount of games, amount of travel, lack of sleep, I think there is a toughness to that. We need to represent that a little bit.
And the skill of the game, too. You're part of the new media. You know, do a better job.
Well, Stephen A. and Skip are going to take it back.
Oh, my God.
Nobody.
10 a.m. Eastern. ESPN.
You guys excited?
Right here.
Totally excited. Can't say nobody.
Because I'm right here. Hey, sue me. I'm pumped.
Yeah.
To watch a master debate tomorrow. I cannot wait.
There'll be one topic the whole show. Yeah. Well, listen.
10 years of shit he's got to say.
10 years about one person. But
Shregs, I know you're excited. You love television. Shregs loves television. Shregs loves the intricacies of television. Shregs knows more about the intricacies of television than anybody I've talked about. Shregs cares about the little things on television more than anybody I've ever had a chance to talk to. You got to be super pumped up about tomorrow, because what tomorrow is a representative of what the era that had been for a long time sports media has been. Don't you think? Is that kind of the bigger picture for tomorrow?
Kind of a full circle moment, right? Like it started with those guys, and now every single person's got a podcast. Every single person has a screaming talking head show, and now it's like we finished the full circle, and they're back. And I'll tune in. I'll check it out on Friday.
Oh, I like that. I think that's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow.
It's almost here. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, ESPN. Just he and I. Well, also Shea Cornette. Showtime. Showdown. Pray for him.
Pray for him.
Pray for him.
What's that, Shregs?
Pray for him.
Shregs, okay. Let's talk NFL with Shregs now, because he doesn't know what Skip's capable of.
Yeah, why is that live? What happens if he does actually just pull out a freaking gun?
I don't know. I think there's security cameras. I think no.
Right.
That's not what the prayers are. That's not what he's saying.
Who to go to answer?
All right, let's talk a little bit about
What happens if Johnny invites him to the Met Gala tonight?
There's a chance. Listen, Skip might have to take a trip. I appreciate Ben Stiller being like,
it's nice that Johnny's have to invite him.
Is that who that was?
Is that Johnny that?
Johnny who?
Johnny Depp ain't going to that.
No.
We know what Johnny's doing.
How about Ben Stiller following up with, I was not invited to the Met Gala. I was invited by somebody who was invited, not me.
I'm not that guy. Timmy goes every year. Timmy actually gets invited by these people, not me.
I didn't think anybody would know that. I mean, who cares? And it's like, Ben, you're Ben Stiller? Sounds like he is all the way back in. All right, let's do some NFL talk, shall we, Shregs? And I don't want to break any news. We're not going to break any news. We don't know what news is this.
What do you got?
Especially right now. What do you got?
Going to see a lot of Shregs. Shregs, we love you, Shregs.
I love you, Shregs. Yeah, Shregs.
Okay, let's move. Let's talk. Stephen Jones on Micah trade a year later. The decision we made was one that one player is not worth 4 or 5 good players. When you look at what the Dallas Cowboys have cooked and what the Green Bay Packers have cooked, should we look back in a positive light for this trade for both parties, or how do you kind of view this entire thing, Shregs?
With any trade, it's going to be, let's see how it all works out. But they had a strategy in this to, hey, we're going to pick up defensive players in this draft. They took defensive players in 4 of the first 5 picks. And over the course of the last 12 months, they added Kenny Clark, Quinn Williams, and Rashawn Gary. Their defense is significantly better than it was when they took the field week 1 without Micah Parsons. The one thing I took away from that great doc that you guys talked about on Monday, the pick is in, was the Stephen Jones, Will McClay, Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer call, like they all seem like they're on the same page, and then you add in this new defensive coordinator, Christian Parker, who, by the way, is 34, comes from the Eagles, and was a defensive backs guru, and is kind of the voice like, hey, let's get Caleb Downs, let's get Malachi Lawrence. Like, I know it sounds hyperbolic, and it's easy to move the needle in May to say the Cowboys got significantly better and could be contenders, but I can't see that roster today versus what we saw opening week last year with that defense and not think this team has gotten so much better on that side of the ball. And if Downs and Quinnen and Rashawn Gary all play what we think they can do, you can start to justify that Micah trade knowing that they've spent the money on so many different places opposed to just one player.
Shanks, I want to ask you about Christian Parker. He brought up that, the new DC. I saw you call him the most interesting man in the NFL. And then I swear to God, I've heard his name on like 6 to 7 other shows. People talking about like him being a genius. Like he sees the game like the way that all the great coaches have seen the game. Like is that where's that coming from? Is that just people talking about how good he was in Philly and stuff like that? But people are talking about Christian Parker like he's the next great coach.
I've gotten to know Christian a little bit, not well enough. He's 34. He was with the Broncos, and then of course he's with the Eagles, and he was their defensive backs coach the last few years, and is one of the guys responsible, obviously, for what we see out of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. But he's a firebrand. He's up. It's energy. It is wake up out of bed, 11 out of 10, let's go, and the players seem to really respond to him in a real way. But what I heard was in this draft process, he was very vocal as to what they wanted. And Caleb Downs was the number one guy that they wanted for his above the net with a high IQ. So he's a guy who was a player at, I believe, Richmond. He was a Richmond Spider, and he's earned his way. And at 34, I think there's no more interesting new hire as far as coordinators go than the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys, whose team was awesome on offense and awful on defense a year ago.
Yeah, he's very comfortable as a coach in Orlando, but maybe this guy. 34-year-old has an opportunity to lead the Dallas Cowboys. A lot of opportunity, and the pick is in. Did you know they were shooting that? When they were shooting that, they got a lot of access.
There was a camera around, and I know they got a lot of Schefter. There was not a lot of Schrager, and I loved watching it. I thought it was fantastic. They were the Bunker Boys tab for much of that draft. They didn't make it there. No.
The Bunker Boy tab. Did we know he was mic'd up though? We had no idea that he was mic'd up, and we like to let Schefter know. Schefter, you've been around the league long enough. Come on. Okay? When you're wired, you need to be letting people know. Now, I would like to see him backstage running into that puddle and wall whenever he had to tweet out that George Pickens was potentially signing his franchise.
Well, I don't know if that's how it was phrased, but that's what he told us after.
Yeah, he was signing it. It was great. That Pickens in show was fantastic. I think this is the new Hard Knocks for NFL film. We very rarely get to see any of this, and would never get to see any of this. I think this is a good one, Triggs. Back to your point.
I kind of liked it more than Hard Knocks, and I like the immediacy of it, that it came out just a week after the draft so we could watch it. One thing obviously Adam here with, I got to trade it, my Wi-Fi sucks, and the whole thing. That was fun.
That's always
fun. One thing I loved was seeing the Cleveland war room and how they had 3 different offensive guys that they liked. Jordan Tyson, CeCe Mauanoa, Spencer Fano. They're sitting at 6. They know the Giants want to go offensive tackle, so they can't trade behind them. So Andrew Berry really craftily moving just to 9 with the Chiefs, who get their guy, and then they still get Fano. Like, that stuff is so cool to me. It's a chessboard, and there's so much more to the draft than just best player available.
I love the draft. I had so much fun. We appreciate you joining us out there in Pittsburgh, and we can't wait to continue to celebrate you, brother. Have a good one. Thank you for joining us.
I love it, and I'll tell you, Pittsburgh was an amazing city, and you guys were great to me. Halliburton, how cool to meet you again. Pat, thanks for letting me in your world of sports. You know what? Real big fan right now. Let's roll, baby. Let's go.
That's right. The hat off got me excited. They want to run through a wall. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Schrager.
Yeah, Schrager.
You never met anybody like Schrager. He will walk you the fuck up. He bops wood.
He'd take you to walks. He actually does have a nice jumper too.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and he's like 6'9".
Yeah, you can tell from that.
All right, as we wrap up today, what would be your big takeaway? Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, you got your fucking alarm clock set. Master debating all over your face.
Yeah, move that workout. I won't tune in at all.
Not even the clips. The clips are going to hit your algo like fucking... want everything that is,
napalm.
yeah, there we go. That's what it's
like the antivirus.
Everything that is hitting. That's what I didn't want to say. Yeah, because that is kind of hitting my algo right now. And I don't like the percentages that I'm seeing. I don't like any of it.
I actually like.
I don't like that data shit I'm seeing.
I was in a bit of a worry in the middle of the night, and then the algo actually fed me some comforting. So I like that the algo's kind of bringing me back down to earth.
Okay, well if the algo could do that for
I'm in a holding pattern. I'll send you the positive ones.
Okay,
it's actually too deadly to spread. So.
Okay, so since we brought it. Okay. With that being said, since we did just talk to your algo, you will be forced to see clips tomorrow of two master debaters doing their stage.
And I will scroll right past.
Is that your big takeaway though for today? Is that tomorrow's a big one for all of us? Or
I'm hearing sports are in a great place.
Sports are in a great place.
Sure. I love that.
Ratings up for everything.
Ratings up for everything. Someone's excited about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I got a lot of feedback. What is that? Same exact way, Tom. You did us proud.
Oh, you're saying everybody's saying, hey, listen, you did what you had to do.
I'm getting a lot of these.
Really?
A lot of hat tips today.
Really?
Yeah. The question is though, you said he's family.
Yeah.
Right? But when a player who is family, everybody on Steelers is family.
Yeah.
When you guys trade that person, you can't trade a family member. So
you certainly can, is what they've done in the past. Yeah. And they've cut them too. Yeah.
They still hold a special place in my heart. I just don't think about them as much.
Yeah, and if they win the title, there's something like that.
Troy. That has been Roethlisberger. I did.
And we'll do that here in Indiana to you. Whatever you want to title for the Indiana Pacers. Hard road. Hard road. They're saying rumors rumbling. The East is about to have a freak transfer over to maybe the city of Boston.
What?
Those are rumors that are kind of brewing.
Oh yeah.
Kind of brewing right now.
Yeah, especially with everything that came out after the whole Jalen Brown stream thing. And
don't do streams after you lose a game.
He's just building up his SmackDown and Raw roster.
There you go.
Don't worry about any of that other stuff. We with the theatrics, with that old stuff, we appreciate that. You do have it inside you, but you choose to use it at the right times, which is why you are a great leading man for the city of Indianapolis. Now back to your point, though.
Yeah, the Brad Stevens press conference. A lot of people like Kevin Rodgers, but Brad Stevens, I don't know if I or anyone has ever seen him that like openly pissed off talking to the media at the end of the season. He also basically mentioned how like, hey, there were 8 to 12 teams this year actively trying to lose. The league is going to be much, much better next year because all those teams, Tyrese will come back. The Pacers have their top pick. They're going to be better. The Clippers, who knows what's going to happen. But there are a few teams up in that top tier that were trying to lose that are going to get a good player and then immediately be a contender again. So like, there are some moves that will be made in Milwaukee. Might be called, and maybe Boston just thinks about making an offer or receiving an offer. Maybe a Jalen for Giannis and a one. We just we do that. We do something. We'll even take Thanasis. Okay. Maybe we bring Thanasis.
I think that's part of it. Yeah. By the way, vibes are immaculate with Thanasis, from my understanding.
Bingo. And he's gonna love some of the Greek food we got in New England. I'll tell you what.
So much Greek yogurt. Yeah, I know you guys got Greek yogurt.
I'm talking real Greek food. I'm talking about the
gyros.
Bingo. Thank you for saying it because I forgot.
Lamb kebabs.
Sure. Sheesh. All the kebabs.
Okay. Sheesh kebab. All of the kebab. That's very nice.
I love sheesh.
All right. Before we get out of here, Tyrese, great job guest hosting today.
Thank
you for stepping up. If you'd like to do it again tomorrow, please let me know. If not, I completely understand.
You should come back, man.
Before you get out of here, though, we need you to make your picks.
Okay. Okay.
WrestleMania. Backlash. Who's Danhausen going to team up with to take on?
That's a great question. Who is it going to be?
That's Bronzo Tan.
Who's the Miz teaming up with? Kit Wilson.
Kit Wilson.
Who?
Toxic. Is that Tarzan? That's Tarzan?
Kit Wilson. No, it's Kit Wilson.
He's a beast. Kit Wilson saved the Miz from punching a wall actually the other week.
Well, looks like Kit Wilson's muted, so
now
I'll tell you.
Dan feels like this is probably a video that we screenshot.
It's from IG.
Yeah, it feels like we stole this from somebody. But on that note, Danhausen, who's his teammate going to be? And are they going to win over the Miz? The Miz has this phenomenal losing streak. I'm not sure he's
like at the end, he says, "We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. What it is today is a failing media empire spiraling in the wrong direction." Hey, guess what? Speaking of failed media enterprises, Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire has fired half his staff in mass layoffs. Yeah, because they lost 85% of their YouTube audience since last year. I wonder why. Maybe Ben Shapiro should come out and tell people, fuck you don't get to live in your own neighborhood you grew up in anymore, you asshole, and you shouldn't be able to retire. He should tell them more stuff like that. I mean, to tell them that the United States needs to be a better ally to Israel as they crack down on our free speech rights and all the stuff, and tell students to shut up. And but
never win a debate with an adult. Only
never win a debate with an adult. But they have lost 85% of their viewers. But the consolation prize is Ben Shapiro's eyebrows have grown 85%. Grown 80% to compensate. Isn't that nice?
He's got a greater eyebrow project.
Once the rest of his audience has bailed on the Daily Wire, he's going to be a fur-covered wolfman in a Ukrainian zoo, where he can finally start making some real money. Am I right?
Guy's got Hitler mustaches for eyebrows.
Ben Shapiro. This is from the Wrap. Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire hit with layoffs across numbers of teams, largely from Nashville's headquarters. Ben Shapiro, right-wing media company, confirmed the layoffs, saying that they impacted staffers span a number of teams, and that the layoffs were largely concentrated at its Nashville headquarters. Today, the Daily Wire made a short decision to restructure the organization. The reason why is to be a failing enterprise. The idea that they're going to be able to make it without Candace Owens is like the idea that TPUSA is going to be able to make it without Candace Owens. Okay.
How about that great show? You should have known that.
Hey, you don't got no money, man. Did you say something, old man? Hey, why did I just leave?
We're deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. What it is today is a failing media empire spiraling in the wrong direction. The statement continues. The factory largely dropped in international production office as the company has invested in new. Oh yeah, they're just switching their focus, Kurt. It's not that no one's watching them anymore because everyone is turned against his favorite country, Israel, which he cares more about than the United States.
This poker tip could save you a lot of money. Playing with a decimated stack in a poker cash game could really cost you long term. Let's say you buy it for $300 and now your stack has crumbled to $50. A lot of people will shockingly just gamble this $50. They'll put it all in pre-flop, and they lose, and they go home. It's because your mindset is depleted at that point, and you're like, screw it, what's $50 more lost gonna do? You need to be doing either one of two things. Either option A, add on more to your stack. This will get you back to playing normal poker and not just trying to gamble off money. Or just leave at that point if you don't want to continue.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't know that.
We don't like unions here, so like the guys all messed up now from crap to do. It wasn't the fake glass, it was like the real glass or something.
But just to show Ben Shapiro's gratitude towards the teams, the people he's had to lay off, he has, in a symbol of gratitude for them, he has agreed to do personalized gag answering phone messages for each fired employee.
This Ben Shapiro is absolutely ridiculous.
Candace Owens, who worked at the company until 2024, also commented on the layoffs of her former employer. She hinted that at least 50% of the company's staff was affected. Here it is. Hearing that the Daily Wire laid off 50% of their staff today, as much as I impossibly despise what their execs put me and my family through, there's a lot of good people that work there and their families' feet. They could use our prayers. Okay, all right. These cuts at the Daily Wire are the latest for the company. The last round of layoffs at the media company came in March of 2025. The layoffs at the Daily Wire are just the latest in the entertainment and media sector. A couple of weeks ago, Disney announced layoffs totaling 1,000 people across Marvel, its PR division, and home entertainment. Axios and Netflix also announced layoffs in March. And Netflix, too? Oh,
I thought they were doing so good just a couple of years ago. You know, as long as they don't lay off all the brand new comedians with 15-minute specials of comedy material that they can milk into a half-hour special. Am I right? The Daily Wire is a case study of why personality-driven media companies can't compound. Peak in late 2023, Shapiro's YouTube alone pulled in 170 million monthly views. Daily Wire Plus subscriptions, Nashville studio operations, Berkeley keeps streaming and an e-commerce arm with razors and chocolates and cigars. The company was running $1 billion conservative Disney bet. Then they made the studio bet bigger. This is what you're talking about, right? The Pendragon cycle.
The Pendragon cycle.
Pendragon cycle and Arthurian fantasy series of the kind that has bankrupted larger production houses.
Yeah.
Bentkey.
They all want Game of Thrones. They all want their own Game of Thrones.
Bentkey trying to compete with Disney for kids' attention. Daily Wire Plus chasing Netflix. Running a newsroom, a film studio, a children's streaming platform, and a private label consumer goods business simultaneously requires either limitless capital or an extraordinary discipline. Some of it worked. Matt Walsh's Am I Racist was the top grossing documentary of 24, but most of it didn't work.
No kidding. I didn't know that was the top grossing documentary of 2024. No kidding.
I didn't know it either. In March of 24, they parted ways with Candace Owens. She walked into the open market and built a show that competes with theirs. In fact, blows theirs away. She's the number one audio podcast. Today, we have 5.5 million YouTube subscribers and added 10.9 million followers across all her platforms since January 2025, generating roughly 805 million views in that window. Daily Wire converted its biggest business asset into its largest competitor, like what the Young Turks did with this show. Early 2025, co-founder Jeremy Boring stepped down as CEO and launched a solo podcast outside the company he co-founded. Bentkey was shuttered the same year. The entire team cut. Then the audience math hit Shapiro himself, 170 million monthly YouTube views in late 23 to roughly 22 million in early 25, an 85% collapse in 18 months. Another 60,000 subscribers gone in the last 90 days. Layoffhedge.com cumulative workforce reduction above 60% over the past year. Wow.
Why did he call it the Greater Boring Project?
No kidding. Tucker Carlson left Fox in 2023. He kept his audience, runs his shop with a fraction of the headcount. Megyn Kelly's network drew 138 million YouTube views in February alone. The personalities figured out they don't need the platform. The platform discovered the opposite, which is what I was telling Chris Hedges all along, and he finally took my advice and started He's killing it now. I've told him you don't need a billionaire funding your voice on independent media, and he figured it out. Daily Wire built $1 billion valuation on names that can walk, take the audience with them, and run a competing show from a laptop. The next morning, 170 million views to 22 million. The company kept the overhead. The audience left with the people. So Candace Owens tweeted this out. Very good read. I would only add that the Daily Wire also suffered in the end from a Ben Shapiro problem. Any plan to save the company would have had to include him stepping away as the public face of it. That's just the reality. His brand has become toxic to grow. 100%, no kidding.
What about Vivek Pastrana as replacement?
How about it? He's going to be the new governor in Ohio, so he can screw over workers even harder. Reports that the Daily Wire has fired half of its staff because no one wants to watch their lame-ass propaganda. Ben Shapiro and the Israeli Wire are reporting financial difficulties and cratering viewership. They were selling Israeli Wire memberships for 50% off. You couldn't pay me to watch that garbage, and there it is. There's Candace Owens giving the sign above his grave. Fantastic.
Did you see the New York? I was in the New York Post, I think, about the Jesus phone, which is a phone that blocks pornography or something for Christians. But here's the thing. It's run by Israeli security programs.
Oh no!
So basically,
Kidding.
it's just giving Israeli porn viewing habits.
And I mean, aren't Zionists the biggest porn producers in the world anyway? They own all the
They
porn.
own both sides of the war usually. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You create the problem and you sell the solution to it. Isn't that's kind of what they did with the COVID. Fauci invented the virus and then he sold you the vaccine, isn't it? So that's called a
success.
That's called a scam. That's called a scam. So Ben Shapiro, good to see him sucking a big bag of dicks.
He really is unlikable, isn't he?
He may be the most unlikable. He makes Erica Kirk look like a good time.
Well, Kyle, when he would do impressions of him, and Kyle's not like really, he doesn't know all the ins and outs of these people like that, but he's just so twerpy. He is. He's got this little twerpy and absolutely. He's the worst, dude. His eyebrows, I don't know. Do whatever with him, but I don't think it's helping.
I don't know what do you do? Let's see his eyebrows again. They're I don't.
Those are his war eyebrows. Now he's back to ceasefire brow. You see his plumage extends when he's under threat from Iran.
Yeah, that's what.
Right, so over the many years of my distinguished career, I've done plenty of burger challenges, plenty of breakfast challenges, plenty of pizza challenges, but I've never seen a giant corned beef sandwich challenge. So this one, I gotta try. This is what I'm doing, the man versus sandwich, giant corned beef sandwich challenge. This is a cool little place. The music is good. They've got all this movie memorabilia on the wall. I did not expect to see this. So today we're at a place called the Corned Beef House. There are two locations. I'm at the Cambridge location, like Cambridge in England, but it's not in England. I'm taking on their man versus sandwich challenge. It's a 40-ounce sandwich with tons of meat inside, some pickles on top, and some, I guess that's rye bread, some kind of rye bread, yeah. And then you get 1 hour to finish it. If you don't finish it, it costs $39.95. If you finish it, it's on the house. Have you seen anyone do this before? Yeah, 8 minutes. Somebody gets in 8 minutes? I don't think I'll do that quick. You think I can do it? Yeah. I skinnier taking it down. Yeah. Somebody skinnier than me took this down. Yeah. They must have been pretty skinny. I'm gonna leave the pickles still in. No, I'm just getting started right now. But I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. No, I think I'm good. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode. I'm sorry about this music. I have no idea what was speaking. They were playing 50s music here, so I thought it'd be a good idea. Enjoy. Bon appetit. Thank you. Yeah, so if you hear this voice, it sounds a little bit like Elvis, like a really bad Elvis impersonation, periodically. That one, yeah, I'm really sorry. Anyway, today we're at a place called the Corned Beef House, which is in Cambridge, Ontario, taking on this has been around a long time, their 40-ounce deli sandwich challenge. Oh, this meat is delicious. Yeah, I love good old-fashioned delis. You don't really get these in England, certainly not in abundance anyway, but the meat is almost always fantastic. It's really moist and succulent, and this was no exception. I will say, this is not what I would call corned beef. I don't know if corned beef is something different in Canada. This to me is just regular beef, but slightly more pink than usual. I did not realize as well, you can actually choose any of the meats they do to form part of the sandwich. Oh, root beer. My favorite. Yeah, ain't it just?
when you're eating 40 ounces of the same meat, even 2-3 minutes in, it gets a little dull. I should really have got a mixture of meats. Wow, can I get a little mustard? Just a little. I said I didn't need any, but yeah, initially I was gonna dodge the mustard, but you don't really get the full deli experience without it, right? You can't have a deli sandwich without a little mustard on there. Yes, I have kind of a habit of repeating myself in the commentary. I don't really know why. But anyway, let's talk about the challenge. In case you skipped the intro, this is at a place called the Corned Beef House, where incidentally they do other things. They don't just serve corned beef. It's kind of just like an old-fashioned kind of New York style deli, I would call it, even though we're not in New York. And yeah, you just have to finish a 40-ounce sandwich inside a very generous 60 minutes in order to get the meal for free. It's not really like what we would call corned beef back home, but it's delicious. Yeah, you said that already as well. To recap, yeah, it's just beef, but very tasty beef. You know how long I've been going? Yeah, so they told me that the fastest time to get done this was 8 minutes. It was actually 8 minutes 22. But the guys say I've got a minute left in this episode, which is why I'm eating with a little bit more urgency at this point. But I hope you enjoy the video. I'll catch you in the next one. Thank you very much. Wow, that was delicious. That meat was incredible. Feel great. I could eat another one. You don't do any kind of like desserts, do you? We have desserts? Yeah. Can I get some cheesecake? Yeah. Representative. That's impressive.
How do you feel afterwards? Like, do you have to eat 5 hours later?
Oh no, like I won't eat now until probably this time tomorrow. Yeah.
Wow, I couldn't believe that this was you beat the record. Yeah, by 30 seconds.
Oh, this cheesecake is great too. I'm gonna come back here.
Elsa's.
Sick of Donald Trump. I'm sick of his policies. I'm sick of being treated like a second-class citizen in the United States of America because I am a minority and a woman. I'm sick of not having health care. I'm sick of not earning a livable wage. I'm sick of everything this country represents right now. And most of all, I'm sick that we did not get to have Kamala Harris as our president.
I'm trying to figure out, try to understand why you thought of making this video and why you think we care. If you're so sick of America, maybe you don't know. Maybe it's the case that you don't know how things work at your very ripe age. But if you don't like a country or the country that you're living in, what you can do is, I'm sure you have a laptop, and even if you don't have a laptop or a computer, you do have a phone, evidently. From the recording, you can go onto your phone, book a flight to whatever country you want to go to. And that's the beauty of the 21st century. You can book a flight to wherever you want to go to, leave for that country, and you don't actually have to mention this to anybody. You can actually keep it a secret. And book that flight, get on the plane, go to that country, and you won't have to be in this place you say you hate. And you don't have to tell us that, because telling us that is actually not going to make you all of a sudden vanish from the place you claim you hate. You do know that, right?
I'm sitting in the park waiting for my friend to come out of work so we can go get margaritas because Cinco de Mayo. And look at all this space. Look at all these chairs. And I decide to sit here, right? When you're black, you're never really alone.
some way, you are going to be a victim. How that's going to happen, you'll have to find out when they start speaking. But they're going to be a victim in some way. If you're sitting down, you're a victim. If you're standing up, you're a victim. If you're looking, you're a victim. They're going to make a situation where they're a victim, and you just have to wait and see how they're going to do it.
So really what are deviant and contributing to their own misery as well as everybody else.
That every major study ever done on this shows the exact opposite. And you know what demographic is the most miserable? Take a big wild guess. I'm the first woman in my family to be unmarried and childless at 23 years old. This is a big deal. What? Hey, yo, I'm a barren gooner incel with no commitment, and I'm less sexually successful than all the rest of the people who got me to this point throughout all of the life. Plus, I get to build an important I get to make my 20s about me. You know, the key to happiness, the thing that's common in every wisdom tradition, rooting back thousands of years. Think mostly about you. Get in debt to learn some bullshit, whatever they're teaching you there. Commit. Maybe my main concern as a 25-year-old woman is, can I kill them? Just stop it. Stop trying to be political. You're not smart. Nothing's gonna happen. It's all dumb, stupid bullshit. Just go have kids and shut up.
And that right there is what we call getting absolutely cooked. Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It will be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
I'm not interested in your f***ing horse. I'm not interested in your racist.
This is press, by the way. This is press.
Okay, I am pressed. I am pressed. I am emotional because I care about this. Okay, I know this is exactly what you want. I know I'm irritated. Why do you give us exactly what we want? Why do you give us exactly what we want? Why can't you control your emotions? Are you an adult? I can't control my emotions. I'm doing it right now. You know, I'm getting impassioned because this is something I care about. Okay, and honestly, so the why are you getting emotional thing is the lowest level gotcha on the fucking planet. Okay, I'm done with this. I'm so done with this.
Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
The picket isn't even over.
There we go. I'm not interested in people who say things that I don't agree with, and because of the fact that I'm not interested in people who say things that I don't agree with, I'm gonna say you're racist, homophobic, Islamophobic, every type of phobia out there. Because of the fact that you disagree with me, I don't like you, I hate you, and you should die. That's my beliefs. I believe people who disagree with me are not worthy of anything, and if you disagree with me, you deserve the worst. And that's how these people think. If you disagree with them on basically anything, they hate you, but you must realize that they're and acceptance.
What country is the Eiffel Tower in?
Eiffel Tower, that's in New York.
Yeah.
It's United States.
What is the closest star to Earth?
I don't know that.
Well, you know how there's stars in the sky. Which one is the closest? What's the name of it?
Is it the North Star? No.
What country is Wilmington?
Pamela
Anderson. If you pass the person in second place, what place are you in?
First.
First, okay. First place.
Third.
Third place.
If
Okay.
you pass the person in second, you're in first place.
First. Where did the attack on Pearl Harbor take place?
United States.
More specific.
Um,
Come on, Lexi, you got this.
I want to say Boston or New York, but I don't know, honestly. I really don't.
Wait, I'm so stupid. Is Pearl Harbor like not even a place?
Boston? Like the Boston Tea Party.
I don't know. All I know is that Pearl Harbor got bombed.
The Eiffel Tower is in New York. Yeah, this is getting bad.
Do you think women are too weak to see these pictures? No, I think they're inaccurate. What's inaccurate about the photo behind you?
It's inaccurate.
In what way?
That's not how it works.
That's not how a fetus grows in the womb?
An abortion?
Well, this is not abortion. You're standing in front of it. That's not abortion. You're standing in front of it. Did you look at the sign? It's not an abortion. So, do you know what's behind you? What is it?
Inaccurate. Scientifically inaccurate.
Hang on. That's inaccurate?
Yes.
A picture of a growing fetus?
No.
That's a growing fetus right there. What's inaccurate about growing fetus?
This?
Yeah. That's not an aborted baby. That's
Correct.
a fetus. That's an embryo. So, or on the edge.
Preborn human is accurate here. An abortion doesn't happen here.
So why are you saying in front of the yeah, it does. 8 weeks. Absolutely, these happen. At 8 weeks,
babies are being aborted every day.
We understand coming from the view of the person who believes babies in the womb aren't actually real people. We understand you would think that these images are inaccurate. We understand the person who believes you can magically change your gender is also the one who believes it's inaccurate. We definitely shouldn't be listening to you because you have some confusing ideologies that need to get checked out.
To me, a pride flag is way more relatable than an American flag. I would not raise an American flag at my house because I wouldn't. I wasn't even born yet. But I would raise a pride flag. And as the most diverse city in all Snohomish County, I don't think that I'm the only one.
Yeah, of course a pride flag is way more relatable. But you're the minority, so you would think it would be the case that the very country that you live in, you would have those flags basically be everywhere, but for some reason they're not. And they're oftentimes seen as a symbol of fear to certain groups of people. But yeah, we don't really care about your opinion, honestly. What are you talking about?
I just wanted to just pop this fun fact in there. African American vernacular English is a language within a language. So your 4-year-old black baby, your 6-year-old black baby speaks 2 languages, where the average little white boy does not speak 2 languages. The study was called the habitual beat, and they got 12 kids together, 6 black, 6 white. They were all 6 years old. They put them in 2 separate rooms. They showed them a picture of Elmo holding a cookie, and they asked both the kids separately who be eating the cookies. And the white kids was like, Elmo be eating the cookies. And the black kids looked at that picture and they was like, the Cookie Monster be eating the cookies. Elmo just has one. It's a language within a language, and it's not incorrect.
You know 2 languages, English and broken English. Wow, we are doomed.
Trans people are God's most evolved creations. Trans people are God's most evolved creations. Trans people represent a fast fucking evolution in the human experience. They represent a profound knowingness that you are going to radically love yourself and be yourself. It's actually amazing, and that's why it's a threat to people, and that's why it's so misunderstood, because a lot of us on earth are not fully being ourselves and not fully living present in life, and trans people are reflecting that in many ways. To know, have this profound feeling of knowingness is such a superpower that deserves to be held up and loved by people. And that's how I feel today, and that's what I want you to know. And sorry if it's corny, but it's true.
You're an evolved human being because of the fact that you're a part of the ABCD community. Excuse me, humans are not like Pokemon where they evolve based on the way they feel. We understand you live in a delusional world and you just make up things in your head, and those things you make up in your head somehow become your reality. But yeah, this is not Pokemon and you can't catch them all.
Tomorrow is my son's court date for his name change. I am so excited. I can't think. I didn't even think to get like a personalized gift. I just took myself, and so now I'm just like scrambling for ideas. You may just have to get something late. Anyway, I just want to share that. I know a lot of creators talk about sharing trans joy, and I want to share the joy of being the parent of a trans person and getting to be part of just a really exciting moment for him. For us, it's exciting for me. I love it. I love the name he chose. Just all of it's so cool. All of it's so cool. In the midst of all of this, I'm just so excited. So, bye.
Transgender flight attendant was fired because passengers felt uncomfortable with her appearance, which led to customer complaints. The incident started shortly after a Ryanair flight took off when some passengers filmed a transgender flight attendant on board. The flight attendant is biologically male, but her outward appearance made some passengers feel uncomfortable. The airline reportedly received a large number of complaints questioning its hiring standards and the boundaries of service. Some people argued that public service roles should prioritize the comfort of all passengers. Because the airline faced too much public pressure and could not withstand the backlash, it had no choice but to fire the flight attendant The video quickly went viral online, followed by massive controversy. One side believes that as long as the flight attendant is doing her job properly and taking good care of passengers, she should not be excluded, complained about, or fired because of her gender identity or way of dressing. They believe every worker should be respected. The other side believes that flight attendants work in a public service role, so passenger perception and comfort should be considered, and the airline should also have its own dress code and service standards. Should the public service industry prioritize passengers' comfort or respect employees' identity expression? What do you think?
Well, although I do agree with you saying her at the beginning, we all understand that this is quite literally a dude. But yeah, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. People are not believing your delusions and your made-up imaginations anymore.
I was at work yesterday taking this family's order, and as I was taking their order, this little girl who's part of said family points up at me, looks at her mom, and goes, "Mom, is that a boy or a girl?" As loudly as she possibly can in front of the whole store. And for a moment, I'm just standing there like, huh? And right as she says that, her mom turns to her and just kind of like, gives her that look that we've all seen before, if we have moms, right? And instead, this little girl, instead of reading the room, she doubles down. She stands 10 toes down on her statement, mind you. She's like 6 and goes, Mom, is that a boy or a girl? And I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to keep it together so hard right now, because her mom is like visibly shaking. She's sitting like visibly shaking, and she just turns to me and goes, "I'm so sorry. We're still learning, sweetie. That is a person who is working here. So like, let's maybe not ask this." And like I said, I'm trying so hard not to laugh, because the situation is just funny. But also, I just wanted to get down to like this kid's eye level so bad and look her right in the eyes and be like, "What do you think?" Like, no, seriously. Give me your best guess, kid. Okay, this is a safe space. This is a no judgment zone. Tell it to me like it is. I don't get objective feedback like this very often. I am interested in your opinion. Lay it on me. Give it to me straight. I was at work yesterday.
Yeah, I don't really know why you thought of making this video, but I don't blame the little kid.
We're just resourceful people, trans people, and we make our own lives. To transcend the rigidity of gender is to transcend all rigidity, really.
Yeah.
So you have a place of, well, if I've done that, then I can do anything.
That's why I've always said there needs to be more authentic human conversations in the mainstream media with trans people, by trans people.
I welcome questions, because how can we create space for traumatized women who have a genuine concern about single-sex spaces without it becoming a hateful thing? And I think if we allowed people to say, but what I don't get is, you're a woman, but you do have a willy, so what does that mean? And it's like, well, yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I do have a dick. I was born a man. I've got 99 problems, but a womb ain't one of them. And I've never experienced the medicalized trauma that a woman has experienced in the same way.
Yeah.
And I don't endeavour to take up anyone's space other than my own. Because I don't think TERFs are bad people. I think they are just really traumatized people that have experienced a lot of violence at the hands of men.
These guys gather around on their podcast talking absolute nonsense. The things that they come up with is absolutely amazing. Trans people are just more resourceful than everybody else. I thought it was the case that a trans person is either a male or a female. So essentially you would be just saying whatever you identify as is more resourceful than the other gender that you're opposed to. It really doesn't make any sense, and trying to make sense of it, your brain will get confused because they are confused people. It's just a case that they just like to talk absolute nonsense, say completely nothing while saying a lot of things.
I don't even know how to start this video. I'm sick of being in pain. I'm miserable. I hate life. I'm over it. I'm fucking over it. If I give up, I'm cutting myself short, but if I keep going,
not fair. Like, why me? Why didn't you pick somebody else?
I'm not picky about coffee, but I have not had one good cup since I've been on the road. So this one is going in the trash. There we go. That's what's gross. I mean, I could try this airport diner that's connected to my hotel, the Holiday Inn, but I refuse to pay for coffee when it's supposed to be free. Well, I'm here for a few days, so maybe tomorrow I'll check out the airport diner's coffee. I'm sure it's not going to be as expensive as a Starbucks coffee, which costs you like $8 or something these days. That is robbery. Well, really, I should say everything's expensive these days, so anytime there's a chance to get something at discounts, I'm taking it. Today, we're in Manchester, New Hampshire, heading to one of the city's most popular barbecue spots, Casey's Rib Shack, to take on a barbecue challenge that's literally served on a snow shovel. You don't see that every day.
The scariest part of this is there's only 30 minutes to finish all of this food that you see in front of me. There's not a lot of time for that.
I thought today was going to be an hour challenge. I guess today's going to be one of those shut up and eat challenges. Let's go see what we're dealing with. Like the previous episode, this parking lot is packed, so I'm assuming that they must have great food here too. A challenge served on a shovel, which is pretty interesting. That's a first for me. The barbecue meat smells delicious. Yes, we know for some time you guys know that barbecue challenges are always my favorites. I just hate that it's 30 minutes to complete all this, but I'm sure it's going to be yummy. 6 or 7 people. Yeah. I saw online. I don't know if this is accurate, but it was like 4,000 fails, something like that.
It's a lot of fails.
Yes.
We get a lot of fails.
Okay, it could be in the thousands, but.
I don't know why it's that high, but it's definitely most people that try it do fail.
All right, I'll let you count down.
All right.
Since you've been waiting so patiently, and thank you so much.
So 3, 2, 1.
Okay, my time started. And historically, ribs have always slowed me down, so we're going to start with the ribs. This would be a good challenge to use gloves with. We're not using gloves. And there's nothing wrong with using them, but today I just felt like getting my hands a little dirty. Sometimes you just get a better grip, and it makes breaking down the food a little easier, especially when it comes with this many ribs. Plus, it feels a bit more natural, kind of how our ancestors would eat before forks and spoons were a thing. Wow, that meat just comes right out that bone. These ribs are one of the best I've had in a while. That meat just slides off. I wasn't sure what kind of ribs I was getting today, but man, am I loving these. Now, for the challenge in front of me, we've got some work to do since it's about 8 pounds of food in total. The feedback shovel challenge features 4 pounds of their super tender spare ribs, plus half a pound each of pulled pork, beef brisket, pulled chicken, and smoked sausage. On top of that, I've got 2 1-pound sides of my choice. I went with barbecue baked beans and applesauce, which I don't think I've ever had in a challenge before. And to finish it off, I have 2 slices of their cornbread. If I can get everything down within the 30 minutes, the $90 meal is free. I'll get a t-shirt and just maybe a spot on their social media wall of fame. We're going to test this. That as tenderism. If you're a barbecue fan and on social media, you've probably heard of Walter Johnson, aka Unc, who coined the term tenderism, and that's exactly what these ribs are. The meat comes right off the bone with almost no effort, which is a huge relief with only the 30-minute window to get all this food down. And yes, I did drop some food, but no food will go to waste, and I'm eating it. We're 5 minutes in. I feel like we have about half the ribs done. This is not... I'm gonna need something. I think when I edited Randy's video, I think he might have had the same problem.
One thing ketchup is good for here with all these barbecue sauces is to hold up the shovel.
In my defense, it's been almost a year since I edited that video, so I don't recall every detail of the challenge, which is why I didn't remember the time earlier when briefing over Katina's video. The server gave me 1 glass of water, so I'm really limited on how much fluid I can drink for this one. And that's on me. I normally ask for a few glasses of water along with the Diet Coke, but this place was a packed house while getting all set up, and my waitress was helping multiple tables at once, so I didn't want to add on to her workload, and figured I'd just ask later when things slow down a bit. 5 more ribs left. We're actually making great time. Usually ribs take me a lot longer to finish. Now, as you know, only about 6 to 7 people have successfully finished this challenge, with a few of them being my friends. And the record here is held by Mr. Joel Hansen with a crazy time of around 12 minutes. Many of you know he's a monster when it comes to eating large amounts of food fast. This challenge was also featured on Man vs. Food many years ago, but I don't think the host Casey Webb actually attempted it. I think it was more of a taste test or just to showcase the food. Either way, that's pretty cool. Is it possible I can have a Diet Coke? No ice? Diet Pepsi, yeah. Well, and also 1 more water. Thank you. 2 more ribs, and then we should be on. We should be going downhill. 12, just over 12 minutes in now.
Are you on a timer? How long?
I got 30 minutes. We're 12 minutes and 18 seconds in now.
Let me get back to it.
And on to our last rib. I'm glad I can drink a little bit more fluids now. Well, thanks to these ribs being perfectly moist, I really didn't need to drink much fluids at all. And I don't think you can get much better ribs than these right here. There's a reason why Casey's Rib Shack has held it down in New Hampshire for over 25 years. I'm gonna give them a solid 10 out of 10. 13 minutes and 45 seconds.
He's got no time to talk.
All right, well, we're finally done with the ribs. Almost half the time in, and now I have some tongs to finally try some of this brisket. I'm just gonna guess here, because the ribs are so moist, I'm assuming these are gonna be moist too. No idea why I'm using those tongs. I guess they'd come in handy if I were sharing, which they do offer as a family meal that feeds up to 3 to 5 people. You would definitely get your money's worth because not only are the ribs fantastic, but this brisket is also spot on too. Now the real test, it's gonna be the chicken once I get there. Now it's not necessary, but we're gonna throw in a little bit of barbecue sauce. It's nice and sweet. Brisket is done. Now to chicken. And when it comes to the chicken, it is nice and moist, which is great. But so far, it's probably my least favorite. I think I've had enough chicken in my life, and when it comes to barbecue, it's never going to be my first choice. That said, it is still really good. Time is starting to creep. 19 minutes and 33 seconds in. Let's go ahead and finish. I'm going to assume, I think this is pulled pork. We only have 2 more meats, so I think we're going to be fine. The pulled pork is delicious. Not sure what they did to it, but the flavor has a nice twang to it. Or, as they would call it here, a magic juice. And that might sound a little questionable. And in my opinion, it doesn't need any sauce unless you're someone who just has to have it on their food. And for our last meat, juices from all the meats kind of just soaked up into this last portion of food. And I'm all for it. Great. But when it it comes to my favorite meat of the challenge, I've got to go with the ribs. They're easily in my top 3, maybe even the best I've ever had. The next time I'm in Manchester, I'm definitely grabbing a full rack to go. 23 minutes and 52 seconds in, the shovel is now done. Per the server's recommendation, we went applesauce, but I'm going to save that more for desserts, and we're going to go with the beans. Also, we have 2 things of cornbread. And jalapeno cornbread. And these right here are another banger. A huge thanks to everyone here at Casey's Rib Shack for hosting me. Not only is the food incredible, but the service is top-notch as well. In the next episode, I'll be in Hampton Falls, New Hampshire, taking on Oceanside's Monster Sandwich Challenge, which comes with a surprise jackpot if I can pull it off. It helps that the food is really good as well. And last but not least, we have the applesauce. I'm going to enjoy this one like it's dessert, but I actually might have, if they have pecan pies, might have that afterwards. Oh, there's cinnamon in here. That is refreshing. All right, so that is it. Time stops in 28 minutes and 46 seconds. Thank you. Oh. I do? Yep. Awesome. I always find it odd after doing a challenge having so much open space here. But this is their pecan pie a la mousse. And on top of it, oh, it's warm. No, that is hot. You see, I have a love-hate relationship when it comes to pecan pie. Many years ago, I ate so much that it made me sick. But it's so good. And that's it. I'm satisfied. So I think I get one of those t-shirts, right? Yeah. So I'm going to go for the PETA one. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. You have a great one. Bye. Thanks again. It also got a little chilly out here. It feels like a whole different day from when I initially walked in. That is dense.
You're getting a bit of grief about my footwear.
YouTube has been really, really itchy lately with the trigger finger. So I'm hesitant to play. I gotta click this thing that I want to play, but I know the things I'm gonna say and the things I'm gonna say YouTube's not gonna like. So why don't we do this? I guess I'll give this a chance, but it's 18 minutes long. We're gonna have to skip around on this.
Quartering had some things to say about some of the
troll. Oh, so Jeremy basically, that's actually a funny clip. Where's that clip? Let's see him.
I was happy and surprised to see you and your wife Nancy at the Paul McCartney concert a few weeks ago. That
amazing. It was unbelievable. It was so great. I love him so much. I never heard of
the thing.
May 7th.
As somebody who is, dealing with online psychos right now, unfortunately, apologizing actually won't make them stop.
Mount against me.
They don't want an apology. They want control of their life. They want to feel like, the fact of the matter is they have no real power in their own lives. And so they want to feel like they can control something, control someone else.
So here with Brent's favorite hand, the Mallards front. Very nice, Scotty. Look at you. There it is. Alan here with the wheel draw. And a dangerous one at that. Our diehard to be Hanks and Poker Go. Pocket Deuces, aka Mallards, is Brent's favorite hand. Brent's favorite hand. Oh dear. Oh. Action on Doug Polk. It's just calling pretty rare to know that to fold the draw to the stone nuts on the flop. Worse than not great.
And you know what? My bad.
Doesn't get much cleaner than that if you're Polk.
Jeremy,
I still think he will, but you could do very many different things here with size. I'd probably like 120 those though. You were saying what Scott means is that you almost want Doug to have an amazing hand. He's coming after it. Can you find it? He hasn't all day. Still doesn't. Listen to your hypnotherapist. What could he ever have? The rich get richer.
The quicker.
Euro by food.
They told me I was broken.
I'm sorry.
Nothing but a defect in my head. Said that I was hopeless. Just a fucking reject hanging on by a thread. But after all the pills that they got me, it turned me to a zombie. So welcome to the dawn of the dead. The handicap spot is to see that doctor. This is what he said. He said I gotta touch it until a piece of my puzzle is missing. While the attention deficit just sort of tunnels my vision for seeing this.
And taking her out and she's sucking his dick while he's flying planes and shit. And I don't like that.
Back casino, sitting in front of Mo Rummy, 2000.
Kicked off the internet. And you said this. You said I'm gonna go after these people. I'm gonna go after their channels. I'm gonna use this clout that it turned out you didn't have to battle internet trolls. And you went around and used Rumble's name to brag about how you were going to get people censored. And now this is where it gets murky. The people that Jeremy Hambley directly threatened, the Keno Casino, immediately proceeded to have their Clip channel and Worski's channel all terminated, right? Now again, there's always a 1% chance that, or more that Hambley didn't personally report the Keno Casino, right? But the second he put it into the ether, guess what? It is you. It doesn't matter if you didn't do it personally. You spelled out in great detail how you were going to get their fucking livelihoods taken away. And then their livelihoods got taken away. And everybody went, oh, that's strange. So, yeah, you did everything wrong, and now you're tripling down, and you're just still doing everything wrong. And then it's like, yeah, I'm not going to apologize. They want control over my life. You did all of this to people. Nobody did anything to you. Except go, your wife's probably getting better dick than you. Oh, if somebody's going to troll you and go, oh, your girl's getting better dick than you, the only appropriate response is, God, I hope so. And then move on. You laugh along with it, and then everybody goes, oh, that doesn't bother him. But you did all of the opposite options. So now here you are, and you're what they say in gambling, Jeremy, you're playing on tilt. You're playing on full tilt. You're chasing a loss instead of enjoying yourself. You're in it to actually, you need this now. not good. It's not good. Have you tried apologizing? Because you've tried everything else, and none of that has worked. Maybe, I mean, again, you've already tried so many things that were like wildly out of pocket that I think, why not? Why not try apologizing? I mean, you've tried other unorthodox approaches like, hey, let me make sure that Andy and PPP's Clipper doesn't make money off their channel anymore. He had nothing to do with it, but fuck him, right?
Never should have apologized because she meant what she said anyway. Right? Terminally online weirdos will not leave you alone if you apologize.
He really just thinks that this is like one small group of people trolling him. Oh man, I have not seen more people who can't stand one another united in pretty much universally in one cause. And that is that you're a douche. Everyone hates you. Everyone thinks you were in the wrong. I mean, this is crazy fucking work. Hillbilly Harry has a great point. Yeah, they totally leave you alone if you double down, though. That's a bold strategy. So that's all I'm gonna play. Because we know how Jeremy's been lately. Boy, he's been. He's getting a lot of people hit. I played 2 7-second snippets of him because I'm not even trying to get a fucking DMCA.
He's been facing lately. Now, I consider myself kind of king of the troll. I conquered my trolls. I defeated them. I conquered shows. I defeated them.
So
One
cool.
of them doesn't even stream anymore. He's so broken. The other ones...
He's talking about Patrick Melton. A guy who, from what I can understand, is like... Melton's just fat and dying. I'm not sure what that has to do with you. You're right. Melton hasn't been streaming. Melton hasn't been streaming due to a bunch of things that Melton has been doing to Melton for a long time. All right? So I don't know what you mean by that.
Quit doing a show about me because they're like, we keep embarrassing ourselves.
No, a lot of people stop talking about you, man, because you're not as fun anymore. You're boring. You just beg for money. You don't even... You used to beg for money, but then also try to start drama. But nowadays, you just beg for money. You don't even start drama. So everybody just kind of went, eh. You know, Aaron, you do realize that, like, you're part of the reason Hackmania 3 sucked. You're part of the reason why this little piggy episode was kind of dead at Hackmania. Wasn't a lot of people there for that. A lot of people decided, I'll just go hang out at the bar outside. We'll go play some fucking, we'll play some blackjack or something. Like, Aaron's boring. You being boring is the reason Aaron coverage is down.
The Kiki thing, the Mikey call. Aaron keeps cocking off and going, nah, and taunting us and making us outraged. Then their buddy Steve up, and I pointed out that Steve up, and Carl threw a hissy fit. He's like, I can't even think about Aaron anymore. He just makes me so mad. Why? Because your buddy's a retard? I don't give a about your friend, some internet guy, because you want to suck his... because he was on a show you idolize? Grow the up, Carl. Jesus Christ, be an adult. Hey, you don't even want to talk about Aaron because I will say I kind of admire him taking the L to me. Like,
So Aaron's doing a victory lap because of Jeremy from the quartering? I'm confused.
He was disingenuous going after me in the first place. I think that would be even more respectable, but like, cool to the podcast kids. And then when it got exposed that you guys came over and he ran and, hightailed it out of your Dabbleverse, you went and blamed me. Why? Because the big bad boogeyman. Well,
That's right. You're listening to Dabbleverse News with Stallion 19. Patrick Melton is fat.
Guess what? Aaron broke you guys, bitch, and I didn't even have to do anything. Again, Aaron's
Gates him up for 5 said, yeah, but Aaron is a genius for telling Scarlett to start streaming. It was his bright idea, no one else's. Yeah, everybody told that schizophrenic to grab a microphone and record. We all wanted that. Max Pringle for 3. Aaron and Trump both taking victory laps for no reason, I think you meant to say.
theme, Luigi wins by doing nothing. Sorry, Lady K. I guess, what's your new thing? Now Stuttering John is gone too. Maybe I should take it easy on old Lady K. On old Clubfoot Carl. The Snaggletooth. I ought to take it easy on him. He's losing all of his cash cows.
Is he? I mean, is Carl doing badly? I don't... You know? I mean, I would love for Carl to be doing badly. It would bring me joy. Like, stories of Carl experiencing suffering would definitely cheer me up. But realistically, I don't see him doing... His numbers are fine. He's still right where he was. He's still, you know... I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. There are people I don't like, but just because I don't like them, I'm not going to come up with imagined tool that they're going through. Yeah, cash cows. Aaron thinks he's a cash cow. Aaron, you can't even make yourself money. What are we even doing? I'm talking about you right now, and I ain't making shit. You're not a cash cow.
He is the cow now. Getting sued. Lawyers ain't cheap, I should know. I just got done paying mine.
Who's suing?
Lawyers ain't cheap, Carl. I get it. And that was, that was such a chicken.
Yeah, Dr. Steve grifted so much money for Carl for that. Like, he ended up coming out profiting from this.
Shit thing for him to do, too. His audience has given him so much money. If he hasn't saved enough money to pay for lawyers on his own, he really is a child. Just an absolute infant in terms of managing his own life. So either he hasn't saved his money and he's too broke to afford an attorney, or he grifted off of his audience for extra money after he's the one who needed John to make his money anyway. What a disingenuous douche. But I'm happy to take the W. So I'm kind of an expert on this shit.
W?
So I can kind of analyze
What W? You made like $80 on Monday. What are you talking about? What world do you live in? I want to live in that world. I want to feel positive. I'm watching the world die in real time, and I don't have this delusional, a really firm, stupid belief in yourself. It's just something like that. A strong, stupid. He's like, you have a very strong, stupid belief in yourself. You have a blind, stupid belief in yourself. That was the line. And I love that line. Because that's Aaron. He's like, I like you. You got a blind, stupid belief in yourself. Like, I wish there's something beautiful about it. You know, there's so many people in the world that I will admit that I'm almost jealous of them. Like, I don't want their life, but they'll have like one quality that I'm jealous of. And in Aaron's case, it's just, I mean, it could be raining literal and figurative shit all over this guy. But he's a winner, man. Turns out shit's actually really good for your skin, man. Looks like I got all this valuable shit for nothing. It's like, all right, man, I guess. Fuck. I want that. I want a blind, stupid belief in myself. Like, man, imagine just how invincible you'd feel.
Jeremy and how he's dealing with all of these trolls. So anyway, Jeremy from the Quartering goes off on his trolls. Now, I don't think Jeremy's handling this well.
I I think that Aaron, I think that until Jeremy Hamlin actually sends another streamer revenge porn just to prove to the internet how cool he is, until he gets to that level, you're in no position to be giving advice on how to handle trolls on the internet. You got trolled into doing a comedy gig and having Gino there and then being recorded and violating your probation. Nobody is worse at handling trolls than you. I mean, damn, dog. Like, again, Jeremy's a retard. He is, the recorder is fucking up, for sure. And does he need to start maybe taking some advice from the right people? Maybe trying to start mending fences? Yes. But are you one of the people he needs to be taking any sort of counsel from? The answer to that is no. No. Until Jeremy Handley is jailed for his conduct with the Keno Casino, you're in no position to say anything. You need to sit this one out. There's a nice chair on the side of the hotel room for you. It's got your name on it.
I think the thing you do from Jump Street is you laugh about it, you tease them, because here's what trolls hate. Trolls hate when you don't play by the rules of the internet. When you counter troll them, and you smirk at them, and you're towards them, and you poke them, and you provoke them. Now, I can say this out loud because my trolls are too retarded to know I'm giving away the game. Plus, they hate me so much that any advice I give, even if it's the right advice, is poisoned immediately. That's why my lol cows are so fun to play with. What you
You're doing me from like 5 years ago, Aaron.
have to do, I've always said this, set the fire, walk away. They spend 5-6 hours talking about you. You spend 5-10 minutes, stir them up, get them riled up, work them, be a worker, and then walk away. Jeremy is doing the thing you shouldn't do. He's trying to win them over and own them. The owning comes from making them upset.
Right. Aaron is still under the mistaken impression that he stirs people up. Aaron is still under the mistaken impression that any of us at any point were ever angry. Do you guys ever remember being angry about Aaron stuff? I don't remember being angry. Nobody's ever, like, Aaron's idea of I get you guys mad is that people will say the horrible things he is in his chat room to him. But then he reads it in this voice. And he goes, they're so angry. Like, people just go in the chat and go, yeah, hey, Aaron, what do you think about the fact that, like, you're actually, like, you call yourself a father, but you barely ever see your kids, and you use them as a troll shield, and you got HROs out against people for mean words. He'll read that, but he'll be like, oh, look, you got anti-offensive both. And it'll be like, everybody's so mad. And it's like, well, yeah, if you read it that way, it sounds like they're mad, but I don't think that that's how they meant it. I don't think that's how it came out. He still doesn't grasp that. He's like, anytime you criticize him, he's like, whoa, somebody's angry. And it's like, no, you're just ruining the vibe. Yeah, you're not a good dad. You're a revenge for your piece of shit. And nobody likes you. Whoa, somebody's fired up. No, we're just up early and making fun of you. Nobody's really angry about anything.
So we've shown this before, but Coring put this Cope tweet out. Basically, what happened? Jer ended up showing cock porn on stream, scrolling Twitter, and he copes about it on Twitter.
new annual report from the ADL on alleged anti-Semitic incidents. We can put E4 up on the screen. This is their audit of anti-Semitic incidents in 2025. According to them, the number has gone down since 2024, still remains elevated, and they say the number of violent incidents has increased. Joining us now to break down the import of this report is Glenn Greenwald, independent journalist and publisher of the Glenn Greenwald Substack, which of course we recommend you guys all subscribe to. Great to see you, Glenn.
Great to be with you guys.
Yeah, of course. So let me kick us off with this segment with Jake Tapper and Jonathan Greenblatt explaining this report and how they defined quote-unquote anti-Semitic incidents in this report. And then we also have our own little slideshow we can pull up of the nature of some of these alleged incidents. This is E9, guys. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
How did you define an anti-Semitic act? I mean, if somebody criticizes the government of Israel, is that anti-Semitism? What was the way that you defined it?
Well, the ADL has been tracking anti-Semitic incidents in a systematic way for 46 years. We have a very rigorous methodology. An anti-Semitic incident is defined by an act like harassment, vandalism, or violence directed at an individual or an institution because of its Jewish identity or connection to the Jewish people. So, pro-Palestinian activism is not anti-Semitic. Criticizing the state of Israel is not necessarily anti-Semitic. But wishing violence against all Zionists or Israelis or Jews, that's anti-Semitism. Saying free Palestine, marching down the street is not anti-Semitic. Screaming free Palestine at elderly people walking into a synagogue is anti-Semitic. So, to a certain degree, time, place, and manner really is important here. But let me note, ADL looks at this, and we found in 2025 that more than half of the anti-Israel demonstrations weren't anti-Semitic at all, and we didn't count them. In fact, we don't count most of the things that are reported to us, only if we can ascertain with certainty that there was a motive, again, to marginalize, intimidate, or threaten people because of their faith.
Your reaction, Glenn.
All you have to do is look at the data set that the ADL produced as part of this report to see that everything Jonathan Greenblatt just said is basically at best deceitful, if not outright lying. There are all sorts of incidents where, as part of anti-Israel protests, meaning protests against what they've done in Gaza, or what they're doing in Lebanon, or what they do more broadly with the treatment of Arabs and Palestinians in the West Bank, where if you say free Palestine, if you say from the river to the sea, if you say globalize the Intifada, that automatically goes into the category of anti-Semitic incidents, no matter where you're saying it, how you're saying it, at whom you're directing it. You can just go through the data set. I hope you guys have some of these because
pull E5 up, guys. Yeah. We can go through. I'll read off a few of these to give you guys a sense of some of the nature of the incidents here. So, a Jewish public figure received anti-Semitic harassment from a user on X who accused them of being involved with the assassination of Charlie Kirk and being a foreign agent. That was one alleged incident here. An Israeli flag was moved from a locker, and I like this, potentially anti-Semitic flag was placed across from it at Syracuse University. Let's go to the next one here that we have. At an anti-Israel rally organized by groups including Pal Auda, Indivisible, and the Party for Socialism and Liberation, protesters displayed messages including Zionist F off. Let's see the next one. An individual wearing a Palestinian flag harassed people participating in a pro-Israel march saying, "Free America from the chains of Israel, free America, and you are propaganda." I'm not sure what is the problem with that one. Students for Justice in Palestine at Brooklyn College posted a message on Instagram attacking Hillel, writing, "Hillel is not a student group as it claims, but an active participant in genocide." The post also targeted 2 Jewish students by name who had served and volunteered with the IDF. So those are some of the types of incidents. As you can see, there are many incidences that were reported here, some under harassment, some under vandalism, and some under overt violence. Some of them are genuinely, things that are terrible, like assaults and things of that nature. Although I also have to say, because the ADL has so beclowned themselves and undermined their credibility, you have to look at those and be like, well, did this really happen? Did it really happen in the way that they're presenting it?
Right. Even the assaults, which generally are what people think about when you hear about hate crimes, like anti-Semitic hate crimes, racist hate crimes. I think, if you look at the bar graph, you will see the drastic number of
these kinds of incidents where people are expressing political views not aimed at Jews, aimed at the IDF, aimed at Israel, aimed at Israel defenders, aimed at the ideology of Zionism, which is not the same as Jews. There are huge numbers of them, who don't believe in Zionism, don't believe in the apartheid state of Israel, don't believe in the moral justice of committing genocide in Gaza or stealing land from Syria and Lebanon and the rest. So it's all done with a conflation. Now, of course, you can find some genuinely anti-Semitic incidents, and under the assaults category, even if you were to credit the ADL, which would be very foolish to do in light of what we know about them, but even if you were to credit all the assaults that they counted as actual anti-Semitic assaults, it numbers in like the low hundreds, like 160 or 200 or something like that, which, I'm not saying should be dismissed, but is far from the sort of epidemic they're trying to depict. And I think the context here is so critical, which is that there is a very well documented and rather still rapidly accelerating collapse of support for Israel in the United States and throughout more broadly the democratic world. And the solution that they've embraced, the only one that they can really think about, is to equate protest against Israel or even opposition to Israel with anti-Semitism. We saw that in the encampments on college, which were all deemed basically intrinsically anti-Semitic, even though they were filled with Jews and led by Jews, and all kinds of Muslims who only had a problem with Israel's destruction of Gaza. And then also the kind of the broader institutional imperative, these kinds of groups, if they're a group aimed at injustice X, they have an inherent interest, an institutional interest, in depicting X as grave of a problem as possible. And that's what really is going on here.
Yeah, and one case, what drives me crazy is, it's one thing to label something anti-Semitic, but it's another to use the instrument of the law against them. Can we put E7 up here on the screen? This was a case, Glenn, I'm sure you're familiar with, where a Florida International University student, Gabriella Saldana, was arrested for wanting Israel's Netanyahu, what they say, to drop bombs on the school event. What it really was is a joke in a WhatsApp group of 215 students where she said, Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop some bonbons for us Capstone students in Ocean Bank Convocation Center. In bond court, they said she also wrote, there's going to be a bomb in the Ocean Bank Center. It was going to be Jonathan's fault. In reference to another student in the chat, she appeared before a judge and was literally not only arrested, but we learned from her, according to her, she made contact with our team, that the charges have gone ahead and been filed or continue to be in the court case against her. Now, we're going to have a GoFundMe, a link down in the description, but this is beyond the ADL's weaponization of the term anti-Semitism to extend it further. This is the state of Florida, or many other jurisdictions across the United States, using these types of incidents to weaponize the law against our own citizens. And
Watching a show is weird. Doing it like once in a while, I think is fine. Like, I think everyone can indulge in that. But like, dude, we're weeks in. And you're still here? Like, Jesus, dude. Go out and touch grass. Like, it is so weird.
When is it going to end? It's been weeks already. When will it stop? I thought it would be blown over by the 4th of May. In fact, it got worse. A lot worse. In fact, I would say that the past 24 hours have been a living hell for Hambly. It's been pretty bad. Two big documentaries dropped. The anticipated June the King documentary dropped yesterday, and it's good. 3 hours, 38 minutes covering the history of the quartering, and it's bad. Not the documentary. The documentary is very good. The history and the stuff that I didn't even know existed is bad. This guy has a history of grifting and begging and emotionally manipulating his audience to give them money. It's really bad. The cosplay stuff from when he was in the magic community is way worse than I thought it was. And yeah, just more's coming out. And he's breaking down in real time. He had another disaster stream yesterday, basically telling everybody to get effed. He's not going to apologize. He's got nothing to apologize for. Now, keep in mind, this man flagged down many channels. Many channels have now been flagged down because of him, or him basically laying out the plan and blessing his watchers to do it. It's wild. No remorse. In fact, he did nothing wrong. You are, in fact, the real problem. However, not only did we get the June the King documentary, we also got a content cop from Cameron F305, which is an hour long and pretty funny, actually. Also, guess what? People have been really going through the Rumble streams for the quartering to show, like, there's not a lot of people in there chatting in his chat, and it's crazy when you consider it says he has like 4,000 people watching, but the chat barely moves. Well, turns out everybody was right. He has about 113 chatters out of 3,400 people. 80% of the people, by the way, that were in the chat were trolling him and making fun of him and calling him out. In fact, the mods, man, they had to work overtime. Somebody figured it out that he was banning 3-point-something people a minute. Isn't all of this, by the way, has led to him trending over and over again. He trended again. He's going to keep trending because he keeps doing stupid things. That does not stop, and it won't stop because he can't help himself, because he's clearly going through some kind of addiction problem. At least that's what it looks like to me. And I'm not the only one that's been saying that. Now, what's been happening, though, is they've been doubling down on the excuse that it's just a bunch of liberals brigading. It's the liberals going after the old quartering nerds. It's not just people calling out his bad behavior and the flagging and the hypocrisy and the terrible things. No, it's just the woke left coming after him. It's all just the SJWs getting their revenge. This is their moment. It's such a cope. Yeah, that's me. The liberal who thinks abortion is terrible.
Well, insufferable, uneducated, master of revisionism, and the triple single, Draymond Green is at it again. In addition to striking men in the groin area, being a paid shill for Clutch Sports, and general jock sniffing LeBron at every chance he gets, Green also loves to slander legitimate all-time great NBA players, such as Charles Barkley, to his face last night on Inside the NBA in an awesomely awkward exchange, beginning with Chuck saying that it was over for the Golden State Warriors.
It is for every old team. You have your run, you get old, y'all let Clay go. You and Steph on the backside of y'all careers. It just passed you by. Y'all had one of the greatest runs ever.
He then went on to highlight that he meant no disrespect, but that in sports, well, they are generally meant for young people, and that no matter how great the player or their dynasty, ultimately in sports, just like life, all things must inevitably inevitably come to an end.
It ended for Larry Bird Celtics. It ended for Isaiah Thomas Pistons. It ended for Michael Jordan Bulls, The Last Dance. It ended for Tim Duncan and Parker and Ginobili. It always ends. Sports, listen, sports are for young people.
Draymond, of course, took major offense to that and fired back at Barkley.
I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform. Yeah. It's ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to. What does that look like? Did you see it? I'm just asking. I saw it. I mean, so.
Yeah, but clearly he didn't see it because Charles Barkley was still better in Houston than Draymond Green was at any point in his entire career. And Charles Barkley was an elite all-time NBA player. Look, where you rank him is subjective, obviously, but generally speaking, he is a consensus top 30 all-time player. Draymond Green, well, he never sniffed top 30 at any single year of his career, in my estimation. I guess you can make a case. He was top 15 to 20 when he was an elite defender for the Golden State Warriors in their title runs and their primary facilitator. He did make a couple of all-star games. He obviously won Defensive Player of the Year, and he also made All-NBA a few times. And to be precise, he made 2 All-NBA selections, 2, in his entire 14-year career. 1 second-team All-NBA selection and 1 third-team All-NBA selection. Charles Barkley, by contrast, well, he finished top 6 in league-end MVP vote 8 times and won the league MVP. And that was in a span of time in his 11-year prime, where he averaged 24 points per game, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists while shooting 55% from the field, and that was in his aged 22 to 32 seasons. Draymond, meanwhile, in his absolute prime, which was an extraordinarily limited sample size, really just 4 years, well, he averaged 12 points per game, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. That was in his aged 24 to 27 seasons, and those 4 seasons constitute the only 4 years in his entire NBA career, spanning 14 seasons now, where he averaged double-digit points. So in 10 of his 14 years, this guy didn't even break 9 points per game. And he's running around here slandering a top 30 all-time NBA player. Oh, meanwhile, since Dre's aged 28 year, running till this season, that would be aged 28 to 35, in 482 games played, Draymond is averaging just 8 points per game, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. Yes, the master of the triple single really does need to keep Chuck's name out his damn mouth, because Barkley even washed Barkley in those Houston years that Draymond was mentioning and being critical of Barkley for. That would be a 4-year run for Charles, 183 games from his age 33 to 36 seasons, where Chuck averaged 16.5 points per game, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists. So even washed Charles Barkley in Houston is better than peak prime Draymond Green. Again, Dre, take Charles Barkley's name out your mouth. Green really does need to stick to sniffing the King's Crown jewels and striking other players in theirs, because that is seemingly the only thing this career
Sometimes as well. I see what you're saying now. Alright, it's 8.7 bigs.
Chase prices still on turn roads. Fucking hell. Jack 10, raise, 3 bet, shove. Oh my god. It's so crazy that he makes sort of like an insane punt on the loose end and then also just fucking 3 bet jams top set on the driest board ever. So annoying. It's sort of just annoying to lose to that, you know? It is. They do. But it really is. Ooh, this could be a very good opportunity to win some chips. Okay, that's fine too. We make a lot of money versus folds. This charge source Naroka, thank you for the 27 point list. I think he was playing me just had to explain shit. I think I'm old to study already after the dinner nap the other day. I mean, bro. Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if this behavior keeps happening. Ace! Oh boy, I would love to have a sick finish here. Sort of obvious, of course, but... Oh, nice. 1k with queens. The Blitz Master Blitz. The GG tournaments really never overlay. I will say I think some of the guarantees could be pushing a little bit more. I think. Like a 5k bounty builder that gets the 550,000 should not be 250k. You know. But then again, I also don't know the data of how it does move over. $40 bounty. I mean, do you guys care? Should I not switch from that fucking... It's a little intermezzo, you know? If it falls, there's nothing I can do. There's so much money in the spots, and he's gonna shove ice cream as well. So. Nice, great. Grinding, the way I'm gonna do the grind, how I'm gonna apply my studying, etc. I think you can also summarize it. I just want to be a really good poker pro. I really think that's a decent way to summarize it. I want to be a really good poker pro while still diverting a lot of my attention to streaming. I just want to sort of like maximize what I can do with poker while I do that. I'll get a good weekend, feeling better. Thank you, Ryder Rock. I appreciate it, dude. Really, really, really.
Clean it up a bit. This camera. Let's do it like this. Clean it all off there. And a little dry clean. There we go. Oh, fuck. The most I cleaned all week. Hey, how are you, everybody? Well, that was weird.
Pink hands, 700.
Mario has Pocket Kings and X Factor is about to lose $14,250. You have to think. Just called. Surprising. You want to read? Well, that is in there. Steve? I think he's going to be facing a check raise. How much do you have, Mike? Mike, this was more than possible when he bet the flop. Knew it was fairly likely. Here comes the all-in. Say goodbye to those Is Mariana slow on you?
Whatever Mariana wants. Okay, I prefer once. One time.
Oh, you wanted to slow roll. Mariano stacks. Another.
Fine race.
You guys are right. Mariano's scared to play the bigger games. Pussy. Mariano.
I warned you guys. Wait. Friendship swear. Blind guys are right. No,
Certainly not the other way around.
You have my word.
Look at, he's got the Robbie.
Yeah.
Surprise.
4,500.
Wasn't scared to play this hand. X Factor's had enough. X Factor has had enough. Glad you're saying the truth. Oh yeah. No problem. Big Mike with ace two suited. It's been too long since he put a bunch of chips in. Alright, you win another hand.
What do you need from me? Dude, come on, play. I have only 30 minutes left. You have a hand call, you know? Full. And there's also somebody else behind you. Alright. Let's do it, man.
Hand's seen enough.
Whatever. Fuck me. I don't have a trunk. Oh, I have nothing. Don't worry. One.
Magic. Magic's afraid to deal with the best.
What I'm just saying.
I know that.
Last time I was kind of good.
Alright, Mike. You're gonna need a 10 or an 8. Mike?
Alright, good. Alright, you guys. That's it for me. So, I agree.
Way to represent the brand.
Sure.
Alright, we still need 300 likes. Help me out if you don't mind. 4,000 of you watching. Just 10% of you hit that thumbs up. We're there. Alright, we got to 800. Pocket 8s.
3,000.
Oh, Mike. Ace 4 off.
Thank you.
Table image is rotten. Magic Mike needs an ace. And there it is. Alright. Sometimes spew works for Mike too. Oh man, I did not even see this. 5,500. I had the incredibly rare interruption. Mariano beat the set.
Of course.
Unbelievable.
Alright, guys, this is
Or
for
not.
sure. The end of the
The end of the road. Now, all you're left with is one stupid game button.
one more buy.
And a foldable protector.
One more buy. One more buy.
20K. 20K.
Yeah.
20K.
Greetings, folks. Today we're at a place called the Blackfriars in Salford, where they're famous for making ginormous pies. Now, you're supposed to share one of these pies between 4 people, but if you can finish one solo in one sitting, you don't get it free, but you get your drinks paid for the entire evening, which arguably, I'd say is better, right? Apparently you get to choose lamb or chicken or something, but the lamb one has a big bone sticking out of the... Don't make any jokes. There's a big shaft of bone sticking out of the top of it. So I thought it looked cooler, and I think it comes with, was it mash and something else? Mash and veggies and gravy. All the boys love gravy. Just wait for the pie to be made now. Naturally, pies take a little while to cook. You know,
I've been asked about this fight with Ronda.
In drinks if you win, right? Because then not only are you kind of getting it free, you could really
use that and ham it. Of course, I'm not gonna. But you can order like, I don't know, 2 quids worth of drinks if you can take it. That's the real challenge. Yeah. We'll have some fun with that, I think. It's been a rough couple of months. So who's going to beat this one?
Yeah. Easy.
Say no. Come on. I'm supposed to say no. You need to clean that lens, man. What the heck is on there? It's a pretty big pie. Here you go, fella. Oh, thank you very much, mate. Alright, we're at a place called the Blackfriars Steaks in Salford, and we're taking on the Giant Pie Challenge. If you finish it in one sitting, no toilet breaks, you get, it's not free, but you get all your drinks paid for. The evening drinks. I wouldn't worry about that. I'm what they call a lightweight. So I'll probably be done after 3.14 drinks. You get it? Pie, 3.14. You don't have to laugh, that's terrible. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Do you want to tell us what's in the pie?
So it's a braised lamb shank pie. So in there's about 5 lamb shanks. We'll just put the one bone.
5 lamb shanks.
5 lamb shanks worth of meat.
Alright.
Gravy, root vegetables, carrots, celeriac, swede. And then it's about 800 grams worth of pastry around the outside.
And the mash and the
mash
as well.
It's got half a block of butter in there. As well, just to help.
It's pretty heavy. I don't really want to think about them 2 ways.
2 ways? About 3 kilos.
Has anyone ever told you look like Tom Hardy before?
Yeah, they have said that 3 times after the Swan's wife married.
You reckon I'm good to eat it now? Yeah? 3, 2. Oh man. Oh, that's hot. There's no need for that. Tactically, I'm taking some of the food out here. Let it cool off a little. Water, please. Water or some kind of vessel of water. Still think I'm gonna do it. You don't look confident.
I got a fish earlier.
Why is it gonna be that hard? You shut up, man. This is delicious now. It's really good. There should be more pie challenges out there. Who doesn't love pie? It's one of the greatest inventions, I think, in the history of humanity. Pie. The most impressive part here is that the pie is maintaining the structure, even though all the film's slowly being taken out. It's getting a bit rough now, folks. Get it? Because the dog. Rough dog. Oh. Get my protein requirement for the week here. Pastry's delicious. We get closer. That's what it looks like on the inside. The best part of this for me is the root vegetables. No. I'm not a huge fan of that, to tell you the truth. Anyway, shut up. People tell me I talk too much in these videos. I'm not sure I want to eat a full bowl of peas just after the pie. Should I put some of the peas in the pie? The peas, a lot of people. Should really have eaten the peas first, you know, the greens. I wouldn't get excited about that, do they? You never beat that reaction. You know, when Steve walks in and sees all the camera gear, and a person eating like a pig. They look like they've been out on a hike. I bet they're a very healthy couple. I'm gonna set fire to that. I wouldn't bother trying to watch it.
I'm not meeting up with you. Another one there as well.
Oh, I totally forgot about that one.
Collection of napkins going.
Thank you very much. I'm not far off, you know. So you can tell the food is good. Like 3 kilos, 6.6 pounds. Still got the size to go though. A little bit of fibre to move all the pastry out tomorrow. You know what? I'd still rather eat broccoli, kale, and peas than fries.
Yeah.
Any day of the week. Right, just the last piece of pie and some mash to go.
I'm getting up.
Just the mash to go. You missed it, but there was a moment there when you actually looked genuinely shocked. The worst was camera. Should we finish the mash? That wasn't a rhetorical question. You're supposed to say yes, Adam, finish the mash.
Yeah.
Trying to involve you, man. Should I finish the mash?
Yes, do the mash. Just say there's 2 sticks of butter.
Half a stick of butter, which is, depending on the size of the stick, what, 9 calories per gram? There are a lot of calories in this. It's like a dome of mashed potato now. A stick. Oh. I don't know how much room I'm going to have left with alcohol. Don't with the pie.
Nothing to you as well. If I had that, I'd be like blowing up and all bullshit.
The people of Salford are clearly easily impressed. It's like 21st century equivalent of a travelling freight shows there is, I suppose. If I'd been born like 200 years earlier, I'd have been in one of those shows, I reckon. Almost, yeah.
That's it, mate.
Yeah, you were laughing at me at the start. This is maybe food, and that was the Blackfriars Giant Pie Challenge. Also, they're delicious though.
Did you like it?
Yeah, it was really good, yeah.
You have to say that now. Adam didn't say that. He did it so fast.
28 minutes.
28 minutes!
Go on.
That is amazing.
Yeah? Oh, thank you very much.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah? That's probably a good thing though. It means only that you've led a normal life.
Fantastic achievement.
Thank you. Thanks.
It's been my day.
Well, that's cute. Provided he wasn't being sarcastic. I think he's been sincere. Oh, you saved a drink for me as well. Thank you very much. At least I shouldn't get drunk really quickly, right? You would imagine a lot of food inside me. Soon find out. Oh dear Lord! Still going. Yes. All of it. All of it, the sides, everything.
They're like, I guess you can do it if you want, but no, you should. That's a great.
Yeah.
Call you a dog fucker.
That's a very good point. They're like, well, have you fucked your aunt, Rob? He's like, no. Like, okay, then what are you doing? How are you putting up with this? All right, so anyway, Rob has removed all strikes and came out and apologized for that. He's apologized to Doom and passed him liquid Krypton. Okay. So, the moral of the story is, the moral of the story is, if you get angry at someone for how they clip your show or something, reach out to them directly, try to work things out. don't go through the YouTube copyright strike system. It sucks.
Adam was the one that pointed out that he said, Pest is being not very nice to me on these clips. I think Adam was the one that pointed out they're clips of you speaking, right? He's not injecting his thoughts or opinion. It's just clips of Rob. And he's like, well, that wasn't very nice.
That's what I thought was hilarious, because yes, I was thinking the same thing when he said it. It's like there's no commentary, there's nothing else going on. It's just Rob's show. Dude,
yeah, if Rob was like, hey, I monetize that, I still think that would be the wrong decision. He's like, oh, the clips were not nice.
I even asked, I'm like, was it the photos of this video? Was it the thumbnails?
But if someone posts a clip of me, it's a fad, this episode sucks. But if the clip is just me, then some people could be like, oh, that I know, I like that. I like Mike. Or they could be like, no, he is gay.
I like that you said some.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. You said this over. You said, I'll need this explained to me. This is on Tuki Soup.
My co-host, BMT, Monday nights, on my Patreon and Tuki's Patreon and Carter's Patreon.
I was going to say, he's taking Carter right away.
Well, he's in Italy. You forget about him.
Sure.
Tuki tried explaining this to me, and I can't really make heads or tails. I'm going to need a second run through if you don't mind.
Interesting. Okay, so this is Tuki Soup. He had special guests on, the Transverse ladies, and specifically Latanya Vegas, talking about these agreements they had leading up to Hackamania. They were live at Hackamania. They were there at the shows.
Is the NDA thing real?
Yes.
Yes.
That's not a bit you guys made up?
No, because we were gonna do this before we even were like.
Yeah, before we were part of Hackamania.
Yeah, because we had booked our hotel at the Four Queens before we booked our hotel at the Plaza.
Okay. So, let's just, I know this is not a lot of context yet. NDAs are real, according to the Transverse ladies, who have a YouTube channel. He talks a lot about the Dabbleverse.
Okay.
Here's the next clip on here. We'll talk a little bit more about this. And
Just to get me and maybe others up to speed. NDAs, so I'm getting from this that people approach them for some kind of passion of some kind.
Sure, it's another sexual favor. Okay, so let me put this context out there, because everyone knows this part.
Yeah.
It is well known that a couple of big shots funded an event where Granny, who by the way used to be Bob Levy's co-host for a little while, people love that. But Granny,
what are you doing?
Granny, who was with Little Lemmy, they have a kid together. Granny had intercourse with one of the trans women from Transverse for $10,000, which they split 80-20. Granny getting the $8,000. So that's the part that has come out. That happened at Hackamania in a hotel room somewhere.
Right.
I don't know if there's video of it or not. I don't care.
Oh, I hope so.
Actually, thank God I'm blind.
Hard already.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, so they Tuki asked more about the NDAs and what was going on.
And you guys had the NDA, or these people brought NDAs?
There were talks about it, and then they brought it, and they gave it to us to sign.
If they didn't want us to provide it, then they provided their own.
Yeah.
Was this more than one person, or one person brought an NDA?
All six of them.
All six of them.
All six of them?
Six?
Yeah.
You never hear JT get emotional. He's like, 6? What the fuck?
That is true. JT is outraged. You know, something.
Do all know each other?
Or they know of each other.
Did they all know they were partaking in your services, or did they all think like I'm the only one?
Well, we gave a Groupon discount.
There was 3 that came already knowing what they were going to do, and then 3 more at the event.
Oh, it had to have been 2K. That's why 2K won. Now I know. That guy's weird. I know he's getting blown by dudes. I know it. Fat Jack. I mean, beautiful ladies. I'm sorry. No disrespect.
That Tuki was appropriate.
So I think he's referring to the transverse ladies that had 2 beauty contests. One was for the men, one was for the ladies.
Right.
2K one. I didn't know that part.
Yeah, so what's going on here?
All right. So, Mike, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you sent this over and said, at least explain to me.
Yeah.
Because I pulled a clip. The transverse ladies were on the live Tukey Soup episode at Hackmania in Las Vegas. I was there in the audience for this. And I want to play you the important clip here because you're talking about NDAs and guys are coming into town to Vegas to spend time with these ladies.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? We know that obviously Granny took one of them from behind. What's on New Vegas specifically. So this is Rocco, aka Tukey, where he's playing Karmic, but it's El Horrible Karmic because he's got the El Horrible mask on. Whatever, doesn't matter. But this is the interview with that. That's important.
When you guys had the NDA or these people?
That's not the right clip. Tell me I got the wrong.
Karmic compression has gotten worse.
Tell me I got the wrong link because that would. Hope I
broad.
just pasted it in wrong. I had to track this down.
What do you guys do for a living? I feel like you live in you work in the hospitality industry. I heard something about you make Las Vegas chili dogs. Can you please explain what that is? It sounds delicious.
We get guys off, rich guys, rich white men, and we make chili dogs on our chest.
Oh, that's fantastic.
The biggest chili dog starts at $1,000.
What the hell is it, though?
It's really simple when you think about it. The guy hires us. He squats down, poops on our titties, and sticks his dick in between our tits.
So it's his poop on your titties.
His poop, yeah.
Oh, that's
very
fantastic. Ew. Disgusting.
And today only, since it's the last day of Hackmania, 50% off.
Oh, that's fantastic. I like a big idea.
Promo code chili dog.
So, Mike, I don't know what's going on with these NDAs.
Oh,
is it possible? Is it possible that Dabbleverse fans, NLO fans, I'll say, not WTP fans, but NLO fans, maybe this little piggy fans, are coming into Vegas in order to shit on a trans woman's chest and then titty fuck that chest with the shit out?
I'll repeat myself from a few weeks ago to Mersh and Aaron and everyone who was trying to call Hackmania a failure. Why didn't you point to this?
This is the thing to point to.
Everyone was like, hey, look at this degeneracy. Everyone was like, oh, the stream didn't work very well.
I heard there wasn't 100 people there. This was terrible. I'm with you, man. This is wild.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it really debunks what everyone says about the Dabbleverse. I'll say that much.
Hold on a second. So this is your buddy Tukey, who is platforming these ladies.
That's all I was thinking. I said, during both interviews, I said, I do a show with both these guys.
Right. Like, listen, okay, the Rob Saul thing, I apologize. We need to hold his feet to the flames a little bit. But
yes.
What did Tukey say when you asked him about the NDAs on your bonus show?
Oh, he was describing to me the transverse in general. His interview with them happened the next day, so I didn't get all the details. But he was trying to explain the transverse in general to me, which do they have a Dabbleverse show now? Like, that part I don't even understand, really.
Yeah, they do a show about the Dabbleverse, but mainly the people in the Dabbleverse.
But they're most known for being hookers, right?
Trans hookers, yeah.
I figured that part. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know them before they started doing these shows. I don't know about most though, but yeah, that's
I assume that's where most of their income comes from.
I would imagine, yeah. They talk about only charging $1,000 to get shit on. I would charge a lot more for that, but
that is a pittance, I must say.
I mean, I guess if you do enough volume, it makes sense. You know, you're not gonna make a good living if you find 2 or 3 Johns a month who want to do that with you.
Yeah. I don't know. It's strange. It's a strange addition to the Dabbleverse. I'll say that much.
It's not great. It's not great. So Tukey, you know. Anyway, let's talk about the super chats. You like super chats on your channel, right, Mike?
Oh, love them.
You're always encouraging them. You want more and more.
I do appreciate them. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you hated the.
I don't need a ton, but I appreciate those who do.
Chucky's on paid staff. Why Mike told me you eat poo? Is that true, Carl? I took that in confidence, Mike.
It's not me spreading that rumor. He heard it elsewhere. He's a liar.
Zoomimic. Chrissy is more irrelevant than Zumach. You'd be surprised. Chrissy might have stepped in it yesterday with her Melanie Mack interview.
Oh, this reached elsewhere?
Do you follow the quartering drama that's going on?
I see it because I know like Aaron talks about it a lot.
Yeah, Aaron talks about it a lot.
No, I'm not too well.
Okay. I'm gonna get you up to speed on it because it's now getting some Dabbleverse. I don't know what the word is for that. The Venn diagram that is the little Dabbleverse coming in with Chrissy Mayer's involvement.
Okay.
Voltaire says instead of talking sports, you can have a hilarious delete laws segment. Lost opportunity, gents. Good point.
I was thinking we should start doing on this show, like keep it essentially the same format, but we start doing like delete laws and John Siriusani segments.
Yeah.
Instead of like Rob Saul and Carmen.
Why did those two names come to your mind?
What if?
Smart idea.
Dalen Dupree and people like that.
Yeah, it's actually a really good idea. You've been checking to see if Wolfgan's come back yet? Is it channel time? It's hilarious. JD50 Cal, $10. I love this show because I know what you're going to talk about because I saw Carl's show yesterday. Much better use of my time than who are these socials. Sarcasm, by the way. A lot of things you got to do, my friend. Don't worry. General GK, 7 hours later. Emily is going to destroy your empire of lies, Lady K. Wait for it. Oh, we'll get into that.
Yeah, why do you hate this woman so much and try and sully her name?
She hates me, Mike.
It's not what
hates me.
I'd ruin her.
The latest man on Mars, Rob's being what Jim Norton calls a dry drunk. Yes. I think he even used that term. Yeah. Mostroke says, remember when Cuckride ruined the thumbnails with AI? Yes. Daddy Poopy. I subscribed because I was told Carl is never on. Mike makes some promises he can't keep, apparently.
Misguided.
Trent Hill. Blow up. You are not the internet police, Carl. Leave Rob alone. You can leave the internet too if you don't like it. What? Just say no strike channels.
He can keep doing it. You do it every day if you want. It doesn't seem like what's best for him, but
it's not good for anyone. It's not productive to strike people's channels.
That seems like a shitty thing to do.
Yeah. Chickens have been set. JT sounded shocked at the 6 men thinking he was only one getting in the transfers, ladies. Oh, see, that's why JT was upset about that. He's like, which number was I?
Yeah. JT's gassed, but really did make it real for him.
Yes. Heavy recap. So the asshole is the person who strikes, not the person who uploads 3 full paywall episodes on your YouTube channel for free. Cool story, guys. If you watched my interview with Rob from yesterday, I specifically call out Liquid Cryptid for doing that. I asked, did you strike him because he threatened that? He did it. He said, he did it. I said, we should not do that. Obviously, I paid
that guy was also being wrong, and I think said, I'm doing this out of revenge. So I think even he knew, like, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to anyways.
Yes. So no. I'm generally against striking and always against striking, but if you do steal someone's content and give people for free, that's shitty too. So Jokey Jackman says, when you got Vegas chili dogs, who needs stuff, Joe? See? Devil versus alive and well.
I'll take an order of Stunt Joe, please.
All right, so other news in the Devilverse real quick. I feel like we should address this. This happened less than a week ago. Looney Tunes critic put out a weird video apologizing.
I didn't know this was too old. I could have done all 2 hours on this today if you wanted, but
it's so bizarre. Now I haven't watched the whole thing, but I was watching Be Dabbling Live talk about it. I've seen some clips here and there, but it seems like I want to hear your take on it, but it seems to me like Looney Tunes critic wanted to pretend like he wasn't outing anyone, but everyone knows who he's talking about, and no one knows what he's talking about. Because the way he says it, it sounds like he committed assault or something. It sounds like something horrific happened.
It made it sound like a very violent crime.
Right.
And like something like it felt like he escaped jail or something, or even like he went to jail and like learned his lesson. It really did seem very bad, and it also put like I was saying this. I was also saying this to Tuka the other night. I don't know who it is that he's talking about.
You don't?
I have a pretty good idea. No, I'm saying like,
what's your type box?
Okay, yeah. Like, I had no reason to know that. Like, but he narrowed it down so much that unless he was really inappropriate with Carl's wife, I'm pretty sure I know who this is.
So the weird thing about it is just like, what was the point of bringing any of this up? It didn't help anyone involved in the situation. I've talked to Lucy about this. It's not as bad as what he made it sound like.
Right.
Okay,
yes.
So I just want to put that out there. Like,
I don't know him at all, so maybe he just wants attention. To me, it seemed like maybe a troubled guy. Like maybe subconsciously it was for attention, but I also think like it seemed like this was eating away at him. And you know, if you get 3 DMs about something or however many it was, it seems like the whole world is caving in on you. So in his mind, I think everyone was talking about this because he got 3 messages being like, "Why weren't you at Dabble House?"
I mean, that was over a year ago. It's just April 2025. Why is he making a video now?
In his world, it was all he. I think he built it up in his mind as this massive thing.
Yeah. Anyway, so he apologized for doing something horrific and took ownership at Dabble House, which was down in Fort Myers last April with the Shuli Network and for these podcast folks.
If I didn't know Kaylee, I would have watched that video and said, "Well, this girl is certainly dead."
Right? Yes. That's what I mean. I had to check out. Is everything okay? What happened? I was there the entire weekend. Seemed like it was fine, but
yeah.
Holy shit! What did I miss? All right. Let's talk about Karmic. Karmic X's channel was nuked this week, and Karmic did go on Rumble, I believe, to address this.
I'm sure you guys heard the news. I'm sure the news has been reverberating throughout the land that my show is currently no longer available on a certain streaming platform. I'm not even gonna say names just in case things may take a turn. I'm talking about YouTube.
Amazing. There's a certain streaming platform you probably heard of. It's the biggest one in the world. I don't want to say what it is. It's YouTube.
Starts with a Y and ends in YouTube.
Jesus Christ. So, Kermit is trying to battle this against his channel, but back up. But I like he's just like, I don't want to piss these people off anymore than I have to. Fuck you, YouTube. Whoops.
So, problems arise. I have a lot of people who really, truly have a lot of anger and bitterness towards me even having a stream. And it's been voiced by certain streamers out there.
By the way, just put a little context around this. Karmic goes after everyone. He has said the most horrific things about me. I rarely talk about this guy. I find him boring as fuck. And he's just like, you know, there's certain streamers who are trying to take me down. It's like, what do you think you're putting out in the universe? Idiot?
When I see clips of him, it's like Tommy Jordan's in his chat and being like, "Hey, nice glasses," and he's like, "How about I fuck your mouth?"
Right.
He comes back with the most violent response.
He's so vicious. And then he comes back and he's like, "Oh, geez, shucks, guys. I guess there's some people who don't like me very much. I don't get it. What did I do?" Fuck you.
It has been voiced. They made it obvious that want their fan base to kind of see my stream disappear.
So he is going to point fingers and name names. And what do you know about this? I have clips of him on MLC talking to Kevin Gordon about this, so we'll get into more details. But what are your thoughts?
Well, it seems like so. My original reaction to this is I saw it at the same time as the Rob Saul stuff was happening, and that's where I said I start to get like a grossed out feeling with a lot of this stuff sometimes, because then you're like, what, if I talk about these people, are they going to strike my channel for revenge? Like all that bullshit.
But it seems like it was just an algorithm thing, where because Karmic is so violent that he said something, the right combination of words, where just a computer was like, well, we can't have that on YouTube anymore.
I have. Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I do have more information and details we'll get into. But before that, real quick. So, nice podcast, Stupid $2 Dan. Corky. He's deleted all of his videos on YouTube.
Why?
Videos he made. He put out a threat to Lucy Tightbox and Will Herron and a chatter. He made it very clear they were on a list and to wait for it, and very threatening talk.
Oh no!
And then all of a sudden, the video's gone. It's like, well, if you're trying to threaten people, you should leave it up for a little while so they can see it, get kicking their boots or whatever. So I'm wondering if Dan is looking at this and being like, oh, this is against the policy of YouTube. Just go out, harass people, threaten them. Maybe I'll get take it down if I do that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is like now people are looking at it as a thing. Like, oh well, I'll just get people's channels taken down because they talked about me, and that's why I'm like, look, worst way to go about doing your show.
Trust me, when this happened to me with Whitney Cummings, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I'm making fun of the words you block in your chat. In the comments section.
What you should do is take her down and then sue her.
No, Mike, no, that's what I'm saying. It's, we don't escalate things.
Yeah.
This is a clip that Anna Bush pulled that is later on in this broadcast, Karmic showing that he doesn't care.
Why bring it up?
He's bawling his eyes out.
Whenever I've had like a negative reaction about other people and they're supportive and nice, you get it.
Okay, it's very funny. He's like, yeah, by the way.
I get why people are interested in Karmic X because it does seem like a bit of an emotional roller coaster. Like Tuki was telling me, this was all happening while we were on the other night. At the very end of the show, Tuki said that his Rumble got taken down, and I guess someone mentioned to him that Tuki said something nice about him, and he broke down in tears then too, just thinking about Tuki's generosity.
This guy's so emotional. I've never seen a guy so emotional on the internet before.
Yeah.
And he gets embarrassed, which I would too if I was just bawling my eyes out.
Sure.
So I'm not sure why he keeps going back and doing that. Well, he came on Kevin Brennan's show, Wizard O's Company. And Kevin lectures him on what he did wrong. Which I find fascinating. You're a YouTuber, you're a fellow YouTuber.
I'd be curious to hear this.
What should you take on this?
Okay, now did you, again, I'm here to yell at you. So
Yes,
did you leave your shows up on the YouTube channel?
I did a couple days ago, and that got me removed from the YouTube platform. Yes.
So did you leave a lot of shows up, or just from time to time?
Just the one. Because I was on the road and I didn't get a chance to remove it.
Yeah, but it's not hard to remove it.
I know, but I don't have a laptop, and laptop access was a little funky at that time, and yeah.
So your girlfriend will let you borrow her laptop? What does that mean? Laptop access was a little funky.
Oh yeah, not Wi-Fi.
Hey, listen, here's your laptop. I gotta delete this video. She's like, fuck you. All right, everybody.
I'm gonna put it on the top shelf, Karmic.
My mind was elsewhere. I shot myself in the foot, literally.
So you
didn't shoot yourself in the foot, literally, you retard.
No, I did.
No, shoot yourself in the foot means you took a gun out. So this is the thing that I find fascinating by Kevin's logic, is he's lecturing Karmic on what he did wrong.
You didn't leave a home.
Kevin thinks that you can say anything you want, most vile things, as long as you private or delete the video immediately afterwards.
The Scoring John method.
Right. then YouTube can't do shit. be a weird policy if you're allowed to violate everything, as long as you only do it while you're live.
As long as we can't see it after.
Right. Just don't leave it out. I like how many people were watching at the time. Because this goes on and on. He keeps lecturing Kermit about this.
Just the one.
You left one up, and you lost your whole channel for one show.
Yes, I guess over harassment and cyberbullying.
Did they timestamp it? Did they tell you what time, where was the violation?
They didn't say anything. They just removed the channel completely.
So, and then you were crying. When you were crying, you were just crying because you're tired and you're sick of it.
So, what I like about this is Kermit keeps running back to Kevin. And we see a lot of these guys do this. Anytime Kevin sends them the link, they're there. And Kevin's clowning him to his face. What are you crying? You're probably tired, right? Yeah, you had a rough day that day. You're crying on the internet. And Kevin's like, yeah. You got me. People are so pathetic.
I don't understand where this idea comes from that if you private the video, it goes away. Like, why do they keep thinking that?
So it doesn't go away. Like YouTube, as soon as you stream a video on YouTube, they have it forever.
Right. That's what I'm saying is you can't just come out and threaten people or do something illegal on the stream and then private it, and YouTube's gonna be like, we almost had you. We were watching live, so we can't get you.
Right. None of that makes sense. There couldn't be a policy that existed like that.